Welcome, traveler. Tonight, we drift once more through the whispers of time. Tonight's story takes us to Massachusetts in the year 1692, a time when English colonists had built their communities along the eastern shore of a vast, mysterious continent. In a small farming village, winter had been long and bitter, and spring arrived with uncertainty hanging in the cold air. This was a world of deep forests and deeper faith, where settlers had carved out their existence in what they called the New World, building homes, planting fields, and creating communities bound by shared beliefs and common purpose. The events that unfolded in those early months of 1692 would become one of the most examined moments in American history, a time when fear took root in the human heart and spread through a close-knit community. It was a chapter that revealed both the fragility and the resilience of the human spirit, a moment that would later teach generations about justice, compassion, and the importance of careful judgment. This is a story of the people who lived through extraordinary circumstances, farmers and ministers, mothers and daughters, men of faith and women of quiet courage. We'll walk through their world as it was. The timber frame houses with their small windows, the meeting houses where the community gathered, the fields that needed tending regardless of the turmoil in town, and the forest edge that always seemed too close, too full of unknowns. As you rest tonight, let the world outside your window grow quiet. Feel the softness of your pillow, the warmth of your blankets, the steady rhythm of your own breathing. If these calm journeys through history bring you peace, I invite you to subscribe, so you may return whenever sleep feels far away. And if you're listening tonight, I would love to know, where in the world are you joining from? Tell me in the comments, perhaps the time where you are or the place you call home. It's always a quiet wonder how so many of us drift together through these stories, each beneath our own night sky. Tonight, we'll journey into understanding how ordinary people lived their daily lives in 1692, how they understood their world, what they valued, and what they feared. We'll witness a community facing something they struggled to explain, responding in ways that made sense in their time and place, even if they seem foreign to us now. This is not a story of darkness alone, but of human beings doing their best with the knowledge they possessed. Now, take a slow, deep breath. Let it fill your lungs completely, then release it with a gentle sigh. Close your eyes and let your thoughts settle like dust on an ancient road. Feel your shoulders drop, your jaw relax, your hands unfold. There is nothing you need to do right now, nowhere you need to be. You are safe, you are comfortable, and you are ready to drift. The fire is warm, the air is still, and the story is about to begin, softly, gently, through the whispers of time. We're traveling back more than 3 centuries, to a small village on the edge of a great wilderness, where winter is ending and spring has not quite arrived, and where a community is about to face a trial unlike any they have known. Let your mind grow quiet as we step back through the years, back through the centuries, back to a time when life moved at a different pace and the world was understood in different ways. Rest now and let the journey begin. The farming village stood at the edge of the known world in the winter of 1692, a collection of timber houses and simple structures scattered across rolling hills and dark forests. This was Massachusetts Bay Colony, where English settlers had established their community decades earlier, seeking to build a new life across the ocean from their homeland. The village sat inland from the coast, about 5 miles from the harbor towns where merchant ships arrived from England carrying news, goods, and occasional visitors. Here in the farming community, Perhaps 600 souls made their lives on scattered farms connected by muddy roads that turned to frozen ruts in winter. Life here was simpler than in the coastal towns, more isolated, more dependent on the land and the rhythms of the seasons. The houses were modest structures of rough-hewn timber with steep-pitched roofs designed to shed the heavy New England snow. Small windows, covered with oiled paper or expensive glass brought from across the ocean, let in precious little light during the short winter days. Inside each house, families gathered around central fireplaces that provided the only heat and light once the sun set in the late afternoon. Each house was a world unto itself, where families lived in close quarters through the long, cold months. The main rooms served multiple purposes: kitchen, dining area, and workspace all combined. A large fireplace dominated one wall, its flames providing warmth, light, and the means to cook every meal. Iron pots hung from hooks over the fire, kettles steamed with water or stew, and bread baked slowly in the hot coals. The smell of wood smoke, cooking food, and tallow candles filled the air and seeped into every piece of clothing and furniture. Upstairs or in small lofts, the family slept, often several people sharing a room or even a bed for warmth during the coldest months. Privacy was almost unknown in these small homes. Everyone lived together, worked together, knew each other's habits and moods intimately. In winter especially, when snow blocked the roads and bitter cold kept people indoors for days at a time, families spent weeks seeing no one but each other and perhaps nearest neighbors. The meeting house stood at the heart of the village, a simple rectangular building where the community gathered for worship and town business. This was the one place where everyone came together, where important decisions were made, where news was shared, where the village functioned as a unified whole. The building was deliberately plain and unheated, even in the depths of winter, so families brought small foot warmers filled with hot coals from their home fires, and still they shivered through services that could last many hours. February 1692 was particularly cold and gray. The ground lay frozen hard under patches of old, crusted snow. Wood smoke rose from every chimney throughout the day and night, precious fuel consumed constantly to hold back the bitter cold. Inside the small houses, families stayed close to their fires, working by firelight and the dim glow of precious candles made from their own rendered animal fat. In these conditions, in this season of cold and darkness and close confinement, strange events began to unfold in the household of the village minister, a man named Samuel who served the community with dedication. His young daughter Betty, only 9 years old, and his niece Abigail, 11 years old, began to behave in ways that frightened everyone who saw them. They would creep under furniture and into corners, contort their bodies into unusual positions, complain of being pinched and bitten by invisible hands, cry out as if in sudden pain, and sometimes speak in voices that seemed strange and not their own. Samuel watched his daughter with growing alarm and confusion. He was a learned man who had studied theology and believed deeply in his calling, yet he could not understand what was happening to the children in his care. He prayed over them earnestly. He consulted with other ministers from nearby towns, seeking their wisdom and guidance. He called in the village doctor, a man named William, who examined the girls carefully and found no natural cause for their affliction that he could identify with his medical knowledge. William the doctor, unable to explain what he observed through any natural or medical understanding, suggested carefully to Samuel that if the affliction was not natural in origin, perhaps it had supernatural causes. This suggestion, spoken quietly between two respected men, would soon spread beyond that private conversation and change everything. The possibility spread through the village like frost spreading across a window pane on a cold night. The girls in the minister's household might be afflicted by forces beyond normal understanding. If such things could happen there, in the home most dedicated to faith and learning, then perhaps nowhere was truly safe. Neighbors began to whisper to each other. They began to remember small incidents, strange coincidences, moments of unexplained misfortune that might now take on new and frightening meanings. Within weeks, other girls in the village began to show similar symptoms. And the daughter of one of the village's leading families, just 12 years old, fell into fits and unusual states. Elizabeth, the 17-year-old niece of William the doctor, began to cry out and contort. Then more young women from various households showed these troubling signs. Servants and daughters, some quite young, others in their late teens. They fell into states that seemed beyond their control, cried out in apparent distress, and claimed they were being tormented by invisible forces that appeared to them but remained hidden from everyone else watching. The community watched with growing concern as their daughters and servants exhibited these troubling behaviors. These were young women who had been raised in careful households, taught from childhood to be modest and obedient and quiet. What could cause such dramatic and disturbing changes except something beyond ordinary experience? Ministers from surrounding towns came to observe and to offer prayers. The local magistrates, responsible for maintaining order and justice, began to take serious note of the situation. And the afflicted girls, when pressed by worried adults to explain what was happening to them, when asked directly who or what was causing their torments, began to speak names. The names they spoke would change everything. The words, once uttered in public, could not be taken back. Accusations had been made, and the community would have to respond according to their laws and their understanding. The wheels of colonial justice began to turn, slowly at first, then gathering speed and momentum like a cart rolling down a hill with no way to stop it. To understand what happened in this village during those tense months of 1692, we must first understand how these people lived their daily lives and what shaped their understanding of the world. The colonists of Massachusetts were practical, hard-working folk who had crossed an ocean to build new lives in a land that was both promising and challenging. Their days were governed by strict routines and the endless demands of survival in a place where everything had to be created by hand. Each day began before dawn, even in the depths of winter when darkness still pressed against the small windows. The father of each household would wake first, carefully stirring the banked coals in the fireplace back to life, adding kindling and then larger pieces of wood until flames crackled and warm light filled the cold room. The family, parents, children, and any servants or apprentices who lived in the household would gather near the fire's warmth before beginning their work. The day's tasks seemed endless and were divided by age and gender according to the customs of their time. For the men and boys, there was the constant work of maintaining and expanding the farm. In spring, fields needed plowing, a backbreaking task done behind oxen or horses if the family was fortunate enough to own them. Seeds needed planting at just the right time. Not too early or late frost might kill the tender shoots. In summer came the constant battle against weeds, pests, and the forest itself, which seemed always eager to reclaim cleared land. Fall brought the urgent work of harvest, gathering and storing everything the family would need to survive the coming winter. Even winter, though the fields lay frozen, brought no true rest. There was wood to cut and haul, massive quantities needed to keep fires burning day and night for months. There were animals to care for, cows that needed milking twice daily, chickens that needed feeding and protecting from predators, pigs that ate kitchen scraps and grew fat for eventual slaughter. There were fences to repair, tools to mend, equipment to build for the next growing season. For the women and girls, the work was equally demanding and just as essential. There was cooking over the open fire, a skilled task that required constant attention. A moment's inattention could mean burned food or worse, a spreading fire. There was bread to bake, often in covered iron pots set directly in the coals. There was butter to churn, cheese to make, vegetables to prepare, meat to salt or smoke for preservation. Beyond cooking came the textile work that kept the family clothed. Wool from their own sheep had to be cleaned, carded to align the fibers, spun into thread on a spinning wheel. Hours and hours of steady work to create enough thread for weaving. The thread then had to be woven into cloth on a loom, and the cloth cut and sewn into garments. Every shirt, every dress, every stocking represented countless hours of work. There was soap making, a complicated process involving ashes from the fire mixed with animal fat rendered down from slaughtered pigs. There was candle making from tallow, creating the precious lights that would illuminate winter evenings. There was preserving food for winter, drying, salting, smoking, pickling. There was tending the kitchen garden where vegetables and herbs grew. There was caring for children, nursing the sick, tending the elderly, and managing the endless details of household life. Children worked alongside their parents from the time they could walk steadily. Small children of 4 or 5 had tasks suited to their size, gathering eggs from the henhouse, feeding chickens grain scattered from a basket, pulling weeds from the garden, carrying water from the well in small buckets. As they grew older, their tasks grew heavier. Boys of 8 or 10 worked in the fields, learning to plow straight furrows, to judge when grain was ripe for harvest, to care for animals. Girls learned the intricate skills of household management, mastering the spinning wheel, learning to judge when bread dough had risen enough, understanding which herbs could soothe a fever or calm a cough. By the age of 12 or 13, many children left their family homes to work as servants or apprentices in other households. This was not abandonment but preparation for adult life. A boy might apprentice to a carpenter or blacksmith, learning a trade that would support his future family. A girl might work as a household servant, learning skills while earning her keep, preparing for the day when she would manage her own household. Education happened when work allowed, usually in winter months when outdoor tasks were fewer. Some villages employed schoolmasters who taught reading, writing, and basic arithmetic. Children learned from hornbooks, simple wooden paddles with printed sheets protected by a thin layer of transparent horn, practicing their letters and numbers. The ability to read was highly valued, allowing people to study important texts and documents themselves rather than relying entirely on others to interpret them. Sundays were distinctly different from other days. This was the day of rest, and no work was permitted except the most essential tasks like feeding animals and preparing cold meals that had been cooked the day before. Families walked to the meeting house, sometimes traveling an hour or more from distant farms, to attend services that could last 3 hours in the morning and equally long in the afternoon. The meeting house was the center of community life, serving not only for worship but for town meetings, community decisions, and any gathering that required the whole village together. Here, disputes were settled, officials were chosen, taxes were determined, and news was shared. In a world without newspapers or quick communication, the meeting house was where information flowed and community bonds were maintained and strengthened. Life in the village was built on mutual dependence. When someone fell ill, neighbors helped with farm work. When a house or barn needed building, the community gathered for a raising, men working together to lift heavy timbers while women prepared food for the workers. When winter stores ran low for one family, those with more shared with those who had less. The bonds between neighbors were strong, forged by shared hardship and the knowledge that survival often depended on working together. Yet these same close bonds could become complicated. In a community where everyone knew everyone else's business, where privacy was nearly impossible, tensions could simmer beneath the surface of daily pleasantries. Small disagreements could grow into lasting grudges. Property disputes over boundary lines, wandering livestock, unpaid debts could divide families for years. Old quarrels festered because there was no escape, no moving away to start fresh in some distant place. You lived with your neighbors for life and they with you for better or worse. When the afflicted girls were pressed by concerned adults to name who might be causing their torments, they spoke 3 names that would set everything in motion. The names they gave were perhaps not surprising to many in the village who heard them. They were names of women who stood in different ways at the margins of the community. The first name was Tituba, an enslaved woman who lived in the minister Samuel's household. Tituba had come to Massachusetts with Samuel's family from the Caribbean island of Barbados, where Samuel had briefly tried to establish himself as a merchant before that venture failed. Her exact origins were unclear to the villagers. Perhaps she was from the indigenous peoples of the islands, perhaps she had African ancestry, perhaps some mixture. What mattered most to the community was that she was different, foreign, enslaved, and therefore somewhat mysterious. There were whispers, though never proven, that Tituba had told stories to the girls during the long winter evenings when they gathered near the fire. Stories perhaps of the warmer lands she had known, of different customs and beliefs, tales that might have seemed exotic or even frightening to children raised in the strict atmosphere of the colonial village. Whether these whispers held truth or were simply the product of suspicion, they made Tituba an easy person to blame when something went wrong. The second name was Sarah, a woman who had fallen on desperately hard times. She wandered the village as a beggar with her small daughter, sleeping in barns or ditches when the weather allowed, seeking shelter wherever she could find it when winter cold made outdoor sleeping deadly. She begged for food, for old clothing, for anything that might help her and her child survive another day. Sarah was not well liked. Poverty itself made people uncomfortable, raising questions about why someone had failed to thrive when others managed to get by. Sarah had a sharp tongue and a bitter manner, understandable perhaps given her circumstances, but off-putting to those she approached for help. She smoked a pipe which many found inappropriate. When refused charity, she was known to mutter words under her breath, words that some chose to interpret as curses. The third name was another Sarah, an elderly woman who had caused scandal in the village years earlier. She had lived with a man before marrying him, a serious breach of community standards. She had inherited property from her first husband and then had not distributed it in the way some family members expected, causing resentment and legal disputes that had never fully healed. She rarely came to the meeting house for worship, claiming illness kept her away, which aroused suspicion among those who wondered what someone might be hiding if they avoided community gatherings. These three women, different in their circumstances but each marginal to the community in some way, were arrested in late February and brought before magistrates for examination. The examination was held in the meeting house because so many people wanted to attend. Nearly everyone in the village crowded into the building, pressing close to see the accused women and to witness the afflicted girls. The examinations were not trials in the modern sense with lawyers and formal procedures. Instead, magistrates questioned the accused while the community watched. The afflicted girls were present, and throughout the examinations they writhed and screamed, falling into fits, crying out that the spirits of the accused women were tormenting them even as the women stood in chains before everyone. The first Sarah, the beggar woman, denied everything when questioned. She insisted she was innocent, that she had done nothing wrong to anyone. When pressed to explain then who might be tormenting the girls, she suggested the other Sarah, the elderly woman, perhaps trying to deflect attention from herself. As she spoke, the afflicted girls shrieked and fell into more violent fits. The magistrates and many watchers saw this as confirmation. The woman's spirit was attacking the girls even as she stood before them denying guilt. The elderly Sarah also denied the accusations. She spoke carefully, trying to defend herself, explaining that she had been ill, that she could not have harmed anyone. She seemed confused by the charges, struggling to understand what she was being accused of doing. But the girls continued their torments, crying out, pointing at invisible things only they could see. Every denial seemed only to make the situation worse. Then came Tituba's turn, and here the proceedings took a turn that would have far-reaching consequences. Instead of denying the accusations as the two Sarahs had done, Tituba confessed. She told the magistrates and the assembled crowd that yes, she had seen the devil. She described him as appearing like a tall man dressed in black, sometimes accompanied by a bird or a dog. She said there were other people involved, more names she could not quite make out, and that these others had books they wanted her to sign with her own blood. Her confession was likely born of terror. As an enslaved woman with no power and no protection, she may have believed that telling her questioners what they wanted to hear was her only chance of survival. Or perhaps she had been coerced or coached before the examination. Whatever the reason, her words had enormous impact. She confirmed the magistrate's worst fears. This was not just 3 isolated cases, but part of something larger. There was not merely 1 or 2 troubled individuals, but potentially many people involved in what could be understood as a conspiracy. The devil himself was active in Massachusetts, actively recruiting people to his service. The meeting house erupted in shocked exclamations and frightened whispers. If Tituba spoke truth, then anyone might be involved. Your neighbor, your friend, perhaps even someone in your own family might have allied with dark forces. The afflicted girls took notice. They understood now what was expected of them, what kind of accusations would be believed and taken seriously. And they continued to cry out names, more names, an ever-growing list. After those first examinations in late February, fear settled over the village like a heavy blanket. The 3 accused women were locked away in distant jails, but their removal brought no relief to the community. The afflicted girls did not recover. Instead, their symptoms persisted and even seemed to grow more severe with each passing day. And they continued to name names, each new accusation sending fresh waves of shock and confusion through the village. The next name they spoke caused even greater alarm than the first 3. Martha was a woman of good standing in the community, a church member known for her intelligence and her outspoken nature. She was not poor, not foreign, not someone who lived on the margins. She was one of them, a respected member of the community who had lived among them for years. When the afflicted girls named Martha, many villagers found it hard to believe. Martha herself seemed to find the accusation almost absurd. She was a woman who valued reason and was not afraid to ask difficult questions. When brought before the magistrates, she questioned how the testimony of afflicted girls could be trusted absolutely. How could anyone defend themselves against invisible accusers that only certain people claimed to see? Her questions were logical, but in that time and place, skepticism itself seemed dangerous. Her husband, an elderly farmer named Giles who was known for his crusty temperament, but also for his fundamental honesty, found himself in an impossible situation. He had initially believed the afflicted girls, thinking surely they must be telling the truth about something so serious. But when his own wife was accused, he began to doubt. How could Martha, whom he knew better than anyone, be guilty of such things? Yet questioning the accusations might make him suspect as well. Another accusation that shocked the community deeply involved a woman named Rebecca, who was 71 years old and known throughout the village for her kindness and gentle nature. Rebecca was a grandmother, beloved by many, known for sitting with the sick and offering comfort to those in distress. She was hard of hearing and her sight had grown dim with age. The idea that this frail, pious woman might be involved in harming anyone seemed impossible to many who knew her. When Rebecca was examined by the magistrates, nearly 40 of her neighbors signed a petition attesting to her good character. They had known her for years or even decades. They had seen her live a life of quiet faith and service. They could not believe she was guilty, but the afflicted girls writhed and screamed when Rebecca appeared before them. The magistrates, despite some apparent uncertainty, took the girls' torments as evidence stronger than any petition. The pattern was now firmly established and would repeat many times in the months that followed. The afflicted girls would name someone. That person would be arrested by the local constables and brought before magistrates for examination. The examination would take place in the meeting house before crowds of spectators. The afflicted girls would be present and would fall into dramatic fits, crying out that the spirit or specter of the accused person was tormenting them at that very moment, invisible to everyone except the afflicted themselves. Any protest of innocence was seen as further evidence of guilt, for would not a guilty person lie to protect themselves? The examining magistrates, particularly one named John who showed no mercy in his questioning, assumed guilt and pressed the accused to confess. The accused would then be sent to jail to await formal trial. The jails where the accused were held were terrible places by any standard. They were cold, dark, and filthy. Prisoners had to pay for their own food and upkeep, a cruel requirement that meant poor prisoners might starve while wealthier ones could at least eat. The accused were kept in chains, sometimes in cramped cells with many other prisoners, sometimes in underground dungeons where no sunlight ever reached. Children were imprisoned alongside adults when they too were accused. One woman's daughter, only 4 years old, was arrested and spent months in chains, an experience that reportedly damaged her mind permanently. Meanwhile, in the village, ordinary life struggled to continue despite the growing crisis. It was spring now, and fields desperately needed plowing and planting. But how could a man plow when his wife was in jail? How could a woman manage a household when she feared arrest at any moment? How could neighbors work together when anyone might be the next to be accused? Old tensions that had simmered beneath the surface of community life began to bubble up. Disputed property lines that had caused mild friction for years suddenly became sources of accusations. Unpaid debts led to suspicions. Arguments over wandering livestock or broken fences took on new significance. If you angered someone, they might accuse you. If you defended someone who had been accused, you might become suspect yourself. The bonds that held the community together began to fray and weaken. Some families began quietly packing their belongings and leaving the village, moving to other towns where they hoped to escape the crisis. But leaving carried its own risks. It might look like flight from justice, like an admission of guilt. And disturbing reports suggested that the afflictions were beginning to spread beyond the original village. Girls in other towns started having similar fits and naming people in their own communities. The fear was spreading like ripples across a pond, reaching farther and farther from the original source. The ministers and magistrates struggled to understand what was happening. They consulted books about such matters, texts written in Europe that described how to identify and prosecute those accused of similar crimes. They prayed for guidance and wisdom. They truly believed they were protecting the community from real danger, acting according to their best understanding and their consciences. They saw themselves as defenders of their people, not as persecutors. Yet doubt began to creep into some minds, though most were afraid to voice their concerns aloud. A few ministers from neighboring towns quietly questioned whether the testimony of the afflicted girls should be given so much weight, whether invisible evidence could be trusted so completely. But they were hesitant to speak up too loudly against what seemed to most people to be a righteous cause, a necessary defense of the community against hidden enemies. And still the accusations continued week after week. By the end of April, dozens of people had been arrested. The jails in Boston and other nearby towns were filling with accused individuals waiting for trials that had not yet begun. Families were torn apart, farms were neglected, and the entire social fabric of the community was being pulled apart thread by thread. Spring came slowly to Massachusetts in 1692, bringing changes that normally would have been welcomed but now seemed to offer no comfort. The frozen ground gradually thawed into thick mud that made the roads nearly impassable. Farmers did their best to tend their fields despite everything else, plowing and planting because survival through the next winter depended on the harvest that was still months away. But the normal rhythms of agricultural life were badly disrupted. The meeting house examinations continued, becoming almost like public spectacles. People came from surrounding towns to watch, drawn by a mixture of genuine concern, curiosity, and perhaps a darker fascination with the dramatic proceedings. They watched the afflicted girls fall into their fits, watched the accused brought in chains before the magistrates, watched what many believed was a great spiritual battle unfolding before their eyes. The afflicted girls themselves seemed to grow more confident and more dramatic in their performances, if indeed they were performances. They were no longer ordinary servant girls and farmers' daughters, easily overlooked and given little attention. Now they were important witnesses, the focus of community concern, believed and protected and listened to with rapt attention whenever they spoke. The nature of the accusations began to shift in subtle but important ways. At first, those named had been marginal figures, the enslaved woman, the beggar, the elderly woman who had caused scandal. Then came accusations against respectable church members. Now the accusations began reaching even higher, touching people of wealth and prominence, former town officials, and even ministers and their families from other communities. One particularly shocking accusation involved George, a former minister who had served the village years earlier before moving north to the frontier region. George had left the village after various disputes, some involving his salary and some involving personality conflicts with powerful families. The afflicted girls claimed his spirit appeared to them, that he led other spirits in their invisible gatherings, that he was in fact a ringleader of sorts. George was arrested far from Massachusetts and brought back in chains, a shocking sight, a former minister being treated as a criminal. The accusations against George revealed some of the underlying tensions driving events. He had departed the village after conflicts with certain prominent families, including one whose daughter Anne was among the most active of the afflicted girls. Old grievances that had never been fully resolved now resurfaced under the guise of spiritual warfare. This pattern would repeat throughout the crisis. Many accusations seemed to follow lines of prior conflict, old disputes over property or money or status finding new expression. A farmer named John, who was known for being prosperous and also for being outspoken, made the serious mistake of speaking against the proceedings. When his servant Mary became one of the afflicted girls, John threatened to punish her severely, saying publicly that the girls were inventing stories for attention. Mary briefly recanted her accusations, admitting she had not been truthful. But then the other afflicted girls turned on Mary and on John and his wife Elizabeth. All three were arrested. John's outspoken skepticism, which in other circumstances might have been seen as honest doubt, now marked him as someone trying to protect a conspiracy. Elizabeth was pregnant, which complicated matters under the laws of the time. English law forbade executing pregnant women, so Elizabeth's trial would have to be delayed until after her child was born. But John, who continued loudly insisting the girls were frauds and the whole proceeding was a miscarriage of justice, would receive no such protection. His very anger at what he saw as injustice became in others' eyes evidence of his guilt. As April turned to May, the jails were overflowing with accused individuals. Families throughout the region had been torn apart. Children had lost parents, wives had lost husbands, households had lost servants who provided essential labor. The economic and social fabric of multiple communities was being shredded. Some of the accused were people of property and means, and their arrests meant farms going untended, businesses closing, debts remaining unpaid, responsibilities unmet. Yet still the accusations continued without any sign of stopping. The afflicted girls seemed unable or unwilling to stop naming names. Each examination brought new revelations, new accusations, new claims of invisible torments. They described elaborate visions, seeing spirits flying through the air, attending invisible gatherings where terrible things occurred, being shown books that they were pressured to sign with their own blood. Their testimony grew more elaborate and detailed with each telling. The magistrates, especially the one named John who conducted most examinations, showed no inclination toward mercy or doubt. John questioned the accused with the firm assumption of guilt, pressing them to confess, treating their protests of innocence as obvious lies. When the afflicted girls fell into fits during examinations, John took this as absolute proof that the accused person's spirit was attacking them at that very moment. When the girls miraculously recovered if made to touch the accused person, a procedure called the touch test, this too was taken as confirmation of guilt. An odd pattern emerged that would have tragic consequences. Some of the accused, seeing that denial brought only more suspicion and harsher treatment, chose to confess to things they had not done. These confessions were often elaborate, including details about meeting the devil, signing books, attending gatherings with other accused individuals, and performing various harmful acts. Strangely, those who confessed were not executed. They were returned to jail but were kept alive, presumably to serve as witnesses in other cases. It was those who maintained their innocence, who insisted to the end that they were godly people who had been falsely accused, who would face the harshest penalties. This created a terrible incentive: confess to a lie and possibly survive, or insist on the truth and face death. By late May, a new governor had arrived from England bringing a new charter for the Massachusetts colony. He found the situation in chaos, the jails overflowing, and everyone looking to him for leadership and decisions. He appointed a special court to hear the cases and bring them to conclusion. The judges he selected included some of the colony's most respected men, led by the Lieutenant Governor William, who became Chief Judge. These were educated men who believed sincerely that they were doing their duty. They thought they faced a real conspiracy, that the afflicted girls were genuine victims, and that they needed to act decisively to protect the community. They accepted the validity of spectral evidence, testimony about invisible spirits that only certain people could see, and they were prepared to deliver what they understood as justice, which would mean the special court began its work in early June 1692. Unlike the preliminary examinations that had taken place in meeting houses before crowds of villagers, these were formal trials held in the town courthouse. A jury of local men was impaneled to hear evidence and reach verdicts. The judges presided from their bench, following the legal procedures of English common law as they understood them. Everything appeared orderly, legitimate, governed by law and tradition. The first person brought to trial was a woman named Bridget, who had been among those accused back in April. Bridget was a tavern keeper, a woman who dressed in bright colors when most women wore somber grays and browns, someone who had been married multiple times and was known for her sharp tongue. She was, in other words, someone who did not quite fit the expected mold of a quiet, modest, conventional woman. This made her an easy target for suspicion in a community that valued conformity. The evidence presented against Bridget would be repeated in most of the trials that followed. First came the testimony of the afflicted girls, who described how Bridget's specter had tormented them, appeared to them in their rooms at night, pinched and bit them, tried to force them to sign the devil's book. They demonstrated their torments in the courtroom, falling into fits and pointing at invisible presences that only they could see. Then came testimony from various neighbors, people who claimed that bad things had happened after they had conflicts with Bridget. A man said his child had become ill after he had argued with her. A woman claimed farm animals had died mysteriously after a dispute over a property line. These were the kinds of misfortunes that happened regularly in any farming community. Children got sick, animals died, but now they were being interpreted as evidence of malicious supernatural action. There was testimony about poppets, small cloth dolls stuffed with rags, that had been found in the walls of Bridget's house during repairs years earlier. Such dolls were common enough, might have been children's toys or innocent household items, but in the fevered atmosphere of the trials they were presented as instruments of harmful magic, evidence of evil intent and capability. The jury heard all this evidence and retired to deliberate. They returned with a verdict of guilty. The judges, led by William, who served as Chief Justice, pronounced sentence. Bridget was to be hanged by the neck until dead. The sentence would be carried out in 10 days' time at a place called Gallows Hill, a bare rocky outcrop on the edge of town where executions had been performed before. Bridget was returned to jail to await her execution date. She had maintained her innocence throughout, insisting she had never harmed anyone, that she was a godly person being falsely accused. But her protests had not mattered. The jury and judges believed the accusers, believed in the reality of the invisible world they described, believed they were protecting the community by removing a dangerous person from their midst. On June 10th, Bridget was taken from jail and transported by cart to Gallows Hill. A crowd gathered to watch, as crowds always did for executions in this era. Executions were public events, meant to serve as warnings and demonstrations of justice being done. The local minister attended and prayed over Bridget, urging her to confess even at this final moment, promising that confession would save her soul even if it could not save her life. Bridget continued to insist on her innocence to the end. She stood on the cart beneath the gallows tree, a rope placed around her neck. Final prayers were said. Then the cart was driven forward, leaving her suspended in the air, and she died by slow strangulation, which was how hanging killed in that era before the development of the later, faster drop method. The crowd watched until it was certain she was dead. Her body was cut down and buried in a shallow grave in a nearby crevice in the rocks. Those executed for such crimes were not given proper Christian burial in consecrated ground. The execution of Bridget did not bring relief or closure as some might have hoped. The afflicted girls did not recover. No sense of peace settled over the community. Instead, the trials continued and more people were brought before the court. The precedent had been set. The court had shown it would convict based on spectral evidence and the testimony of the afflicted. Death was now a real and immediate possibility for all those still sitting in jail awaiting their turns. Some ministers began to express concerns, though carefully and quietly. One minister in particular, a learned man from Boston named Cotton, wrote a letter to the judges urging caution. He acknowledged that the devil was real and that witchcraft was a genuine crime. But he questioned whether spectral evidence should be trusted. Could not the devil take the form of an innocent person in order to deceive the afflicted? If so, then seeing someone's specter did not necessarily mean that person was guilty of anything. It might mean the opposite, that an innocent person was being impersonated by evil forces. This was a logical concern, grounded in theological reasoning, but the court did not heed it. Chief Justice William and his colleagues believed that God would not allow the devil to impersonate innocent people in such circumstances. They believed their cause was righteous and that they could trust the evidence before them. They proceeded with more trials, more convictions, more death sentences. In late June and early July, 5 more people were tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. They included Rebecca, the 71-year-old woman known for her kindness. They included Sarah, the former beggar woman who had been among the first accused. Despite 40 people signing a petition for Rebecca, despite Sarah maintaining her innocence while standing on the gallows, all 5 were hanged on July 19th in a group execution that drew an even larger crowd than Bridget's had. The pace of trials was accelerating. The court met more frequently. More people were brought from the jails to face judges and juries. The afflicted girls attended each trial, ready to demonstrate their torments and identify their spectral tormentors. The whole machinery of colonial justice had turned toward a single purpose, and it showed no signs of slowing down or stopping. Summer deepened, the heat grew oppressive, and still more people awaited their turn before the court. As summer progressed and more trials took place, the community began to show signs of deep division. Not everyone accepted the proceedings without question. Doubts that had been whispered privately began to be spoken more openly, though still carefully and with great caution, for to question the trials too loudly might bring suspicion on oneself. Some families found themselves torn apart not just by arrests but by disagreements about the trials themselves. In households where one family member had been accused, relatives had to choose whether to defend their loved one or distance themselves for their own protection. Sons testified against mothers, brothers against sisters. Neighbors who had known each other for decades suddenly stood on opposite sides of an unbridgeable divide. The accusers themselves, the afflicted girls and young women, continued to be treated as important witnesses deserving of community protection and support. They had gone from being ordinary servants and daughters, easily overlooked in daily life, to being the center of attention at every trial and examination. Adults listened to them carefully, recorded their words, believed their visions, and acted on their accusations. This was a kind of power and importance they had never possessed before and would never possess again once the crisis ended. Some of them seemed to genuinely believe they were experiencing supernatural torments. They may have started with real symptoms, perhaps epilepsy, perhaps psychological distress caused by the rigid expectations and pressures of their lives, perhaps something else entirely that the medicine of their time could not identify or treat. But once the symptoms were interpreted as spiritual affliction and they received attention for them, the behaviors continued and escalated. Other accusers may have known they were not being entirely truthful but found themselves trapped by circumstances. To admit they had not been honest would bring shame and probably punishment on themselves. To continue the accusations meant continued attention and protection. Mary, the servant who had briefly recanted before being accused herself, had shown how dangerous it was to break ranks with the other afflicted girls. The group reinforced each other, supporting each other's testimonies, creating a consistent narrative that adults found convincing. The trials took on a routine quality. Each followed the same pattern. The accused would be brought before the court. The afflicted girls would testify about spectral torments. Neighbors would share stories of misfortunes that followed conflicts with the accused. Sometimes there would be testimony about unusual occurrences, strange marks on the accused person's body, odd behavior, suspicious words spoken years earlier that took on new meaning in hindsight. The accused would be given a chance to respond, but anything they said could be used against them. If they remained calm, this was seen as unnatural. A guilty person would surely show more emotion. If they became upset or angry, this was seen as revealing their true evil nature. If they could not clearly remember every detail of their activities on specific days, weeks, or months earlier, this was taken as evasion. There was no winning strategy, no way to mount an effective defense. Some of the accused were people of education and intelligence who tried to construct logical arguments for their innocence. A former minister named George, who was himself accused, attempted to defend himself with reasoned arguments about evidence and procedure. But logic did not sway judges and juries who believed absolutely in the reality of the invisible world the afflicted described. George's education and former position only seemed to make his accused crimes seem worse. How terrible that someone entrusted with spiritual leadership had supposedly betrayed that trust. Through July and into August, the trials continued relentlessly. More convictions, more death sentences, more executions. On August 19th, another group of 4 women and 1 man were hanged together at Gallows Hill. One of them was Martha, the church member who had questioned how spectral evidence could be trusted. Another was George, the former minister. They died maintaining their innocence, praying aloud, demonstrating their faith even at the moment of death. The execution of George proved particularly troubling to some witnesses. As a minister, he was expected to recite certain prayers that every learned person knew. When he recited the Lord's Prayer perfectly while standing on the gallows, some in the crowd murmured in confusion. There was a widespread belief that someone allied with evil forces would not be able to recite holy words correctly, that they would stumble or err in some revealing way. But George spoke the prayer flawlessly, without hesitation or error. An influential minister named Cotton, who had come from Boston to observe, spoke to the crowd to calm their doubts. He reminded them that evil could disguise itself, that the devil was cunning and might help someone speak holy words to deceive the righteous. The crowd accepted this explanation, and the executions proceeded. But some people went home with new questions stirring in their minds, doubts they did not yet dare speak aloud but could not entirely suppress. Old Giles, the farmer whose wife Martha had been executed, refused to cooperate with the court when he himself was accused. In English law, a trial could not proceed unless the accused formally entered a plea of guilty or not guilty. Giles stood mute, refusing to enter any plea at all. This was not defiance but a calculated choice. If he went to trial and was convicted, his property would be forfeit to the colony, leaving his children with nothing. But if he died without being tried, his children would inherit. The court attempted to force Giles to enter a plea through a harsh procedure called pressing. Heavy stones were placed on his chest, one at a time, increasing the weight gradually, meant to compel him to speak. Giles, 80 years old and stubborn to his core, endured this torture for 2 days. According to witnesses, his only words were demands for more weight. He died without entering a plea, crushed beneath the stones, protecting his children's inheritance with his last breath. He was not hanged but was the only person actually killed by torture during the entire crisis. As August gave way to September, more than 20 people had died, 19 by hanging, 1 by pressing, and at least 2 others who had perished in the terrible conditions of the jails while awaiting trial. Dozens more remained imprisoned, awaiting their turn before the court. The jails were overcrowded, disease was spreading among the prisoners, and families throughout the region were devastated by the arrests and executions. As September arrived, subtle but significant changes began to occur. The crisis that had seemed unstoppable started to show its first signs of weakening. though no one could yet see clearly where events would lead. The changes came not from any one dramatic moment, but from many small things that accumulated slowly, like water seeping into cracks in stone. The accusations had begun to spread beyond the farming village where everything started, reaching into other towns throughout the region. Girls in other communities fell into similar fits and began naming people in their own towns. The affliction seemed to be spreading, or perhaps other girls had learned that such behavior brought attention and belief. But as the accusations spread wider, they began to seem less credible to some observers. The afflicted girls began naming people who seemed implausible as suspects. They accused the wife of a prominent minister. They accused a wealthy Boston merchant named John who had donated generously to churches and been known throughout Massachusetts for his piety and good works. They accused a former minister named Samuel who was widely respected. When these names were spoken, even some who had supported the trials began to feel uncomfortable. The accusation that caused perhaps the most significant shift involved the governor's own wife, Lady Mary. One of the afflicted girls claimed to see Lady Mary's specter tormenting her. When this accusation reached the governor's ears, he immediately took action to protect his wife, making it clear that such an accusation would not be pursued. He had the power to do this, being governor. But his intervention raised an uncomfortable question. If spectral evidence could be mistaken about Lady Mary, might it not also be mistaken about others? Some of the confessors, those who had previously admitted to the accusations against them, began to recant their confessions. They explained that they had confessed only because they were terrified, because confession seemed to be the only way to avoid execution, because after weeks or months in terrible prison conditions they would have said anything to make the interrogation stop. These recantations were troubling because they suggested that even confessions, which had been taken as the strongest form of proof, might not be reliable. A growing number of ministers began to express concerns more openly. A group of them met and composed a document questioning the court's procedures, particularly its heavy reliance on spectral evidence and its acceptance of the touch test and other questionable methods. While they carefully stated that they believed the devil was real and witchcraft was a real crime, they argued that the specific methods being used to identify and convict people were flawed and dangerous. The most influential minister in Massachusetts, a man named Increase, who was Cotton's father and president of Harvard College, wrote a strong statement titled Cases of Conscience. In it, he argued persuasively that spectral evidence should not be trusted, that the devil might indeed take the form of innocent people to deceive observers, and that it was better for 10 guilty people to escape than for one innocent person to die. His words carried enormous weight throughout the colony. The court itself began to show signs of internal disagreement. One of the judges, a man named Samuel, started to have serious doubts about the proceedings. He saw that the accusations kept expanding, touching ever more implausible targets. He saw that nothing seemed to satisfy the afflicted girls, that no number of executions brought them relief or ended their torments. He observed that those who confessed were allowed to live while those who maintained their innocence were executed, which seemed backward and unjust. In late September, another group of 8 people were tried and convicted, bringing the total number of convictions to well over 20. But this time, there was a significant pause before the sentences were carried out. The governor, influenced by the statements from ministers and perhaps thinking of the accusation against his own wife, began to reconsider the whole process. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, the practical effects of the crisis were becoming impossible to ignore. Farms throughout the region were failing because so many people were imprisoned. Fields that should have been harvested stood neglected. Animals wandered untended. The economic foundation of the community was crumbling. Winter was approaching, and there would not be enough food, not enough firewood, not enough of anything because too much labor had been lost to jails and executions and fear. Families of the accused were themselves falling into poverty and desperation. Not only had they lost members to imprisonment, but prisoners had to pay for their own upkeep in jail. Families were selling land, livestock, everything they owned to try to keep imprisoned relatives alive. Even when someone was found not guilty, which happened rarely, they could not be released from jail until they had paid their jail fees in full. Some people remained imprisoned for months after being acquitted simply because they could not pay what they owed. The accusations had also begun to lose their initial appearance of credibility. In the beginning, those accused were mostly people who were marginal or had given some cause for suspicion: the foreign slave, the beggar, the scandalous woman. But as the accusations expanded to include respected church members, prosperous merchants, former ministers, and the governor's wife, it became harder to believe that all of these people had secretly allied with evil forces. The sheer number and variety of accusations began to work against the accuser's credibility. Some of the afflicted girls were caught in apparent deceptions. In one case, an accused woman was brought to an examination wearing a hood that covered her face. The afflicted girls immediately fell into fits and cried out that they saw this person's specter tormenting them. But then it was revealed that the woman under the hood was not the accused person at all, but an innocent substitute. The afflicted girls had identified the wrong person, suggesting that their spectral sight was not reliable after all. Despite these growing doubts, 8 more people were executed on September 22nd. This would prove to be the final group execution. Among them were people who had maintained their innocence to the end, who had prayed and demonstrated their faith on the gallows, who had done everything they could to prove they were being falsely accused. Their deaths weighed heavily on many consciences, even among those who had supported the trials. As September ended and October began, the governor made a decision that would effectively end the crisis. He dissolved the special court of Oyer and Terminer that had been conducting the trials. No more trials would be held under its authority. The cases of those still awaiting trial would be transferred to regular courts with different procedures and different rules about evidence. The dissolution of the special court in October 1692 marked a turning point, but it did not immediately resolve everything. More than 100 people remained in jail, awaiting trials that would now be conducted under different rules. Many of them had been imprisoned for months in terrible conditions. Some had seen family members executed. All lived with the uncertainty of not knowing what would happen to them next. When regular courts reconvened in January 1693 to hear the remaining cases, the atmosphere was markedly different. The judges had been instructed to be more cautious about spectral evidence. They could still consider it, but it would not be given the overwhelming weight it had received in the special court. Other forms of evidence would be required to support convictions. The touch test and other questionable procedures were viewed with more skepticism. Under these new conditions, the outcomes changed dramatically. Of the 50 or so people brought to trial in the early months of 1693, only 3 were convicted, and the governor immediately granted reprieves to all 3, preventing any more executions. The others were acquitted or had their cases dismissed. After months of convictions and death sentences, the tide had completely reversed. But acquittal did not mean immediate freedom. Every prisoner still had to pay their jail fees before they could be released. These fees had accumulated over months of imprisonment, charges for food, for the chains that bound them, for the space they occupied in the crowded cells. Many prisoners or their families had no money left. Everything had been sold to try to keep imprisoned relatives alive. Some people remained in jail for months after being acquitted, trapped by debt. Eventually, most were released as communities scraped together funds or as relatives paid what they could. A few of the very poorest remained imprisoned even longer. One woman named Tituba, the enslaved woman who had been among the first accused and whose confession had helped spark the wider crisis, remained in jail for a year after the trials ended because the minister Samuel refused to pay her jail fees. She was eventually sold to a new master who paid the fees and took her away to an unknown fate. The community slowly began the difficult process of trying to return to normal life, though normal could never be quite the same as it had been before. Families had been torn apart. 20 people had died. Reputations had been destroyed. Trust between neighbors had been shattered. Property had been confiscated, and while some was eventually returned, much was lost forever. The afflicted girls gradually faded from public attention. They had been the center of community focus for nearly a year, their words given weight and credibility, their accusations determining who lived and who died. Now, as the crisis ended, they became ordinary girls and women again. Most returned to quiet lives, married, had children, and never spoke publicly about their role in the events of 1692. A few offered apologies in later years. Others remained silent for the rest of their lives. Some of the judges and magistrates who had presided over the trials also remained silent, never admitting error or expressing regret. The Chief Judge William, in particular, seemed to believe to his dying day that the trials had been justified, that there truly had been a conspiracy that the court had rightly confronted. He never offered any apology to the families of those who had been executed or imprisoned. But one judge, Samuel, could not escape his conscience. He was haunted by what had happened, by the faces of those who had been hanged, by the thought that he might have participated in killing innocent people. In 1697, 5 years after the trials, he stood up in his church on a designated day of fasting and atonement. He publicly confessed his role in the trials and asked forgiveness from God and from the community. He was the only judge to do so. Some of the ministers who had supported the trials also expressed regret. The minister Samuel, in whose household the afflictions had first begun, eventually acknowledged that mistakes had been made, though he never fully accepted personal responsibility for his role in the events. Other ministers wrote carefully worded statements that admitted some errors while still maintaining that there truly had been some guilty people among those accused. The community tried to make partial amends for what had happened. In 1696, the colonial government declared a day of fasting and prayer for the innocent blood that had been shed. In 1702, the colonial legislature passed a measure that essentially reversed the guilty verdicts and attempted to restore the good names of those who had been condemned. In 1711, the legislature voted to provide financial compensation to the heirs of those who had been executed or imprisoned, though the amounts were modest and could never truly compensate for lives lost or years spent in prison. The affected families slowly rebuilt their lives as best they could. Children who had lost parents were raised by relatives or neighbors. Farms that had been neglected were gradually restored to productivity. Debts were slowly paid. Marriages took place. Children were born. Life continued because it had to. But the scars remained, invisible but present, in the memories of those who had lived through those terrible months. Some families left Massachusetts entirely, unable to bear living in a place where such things had happened to them or their loved ones. They moved to other colonies, to Rhode Island or Connecticut or farther south, seeking fresh starts where their names would not be associated with the trials. Others stayed, determined to reclaim their place in the community, to restore their reputations through decades of quiet, virtuous living. The village where everything had begun struggled perhaps most of all. It had been torn apart by the accusations and counter-accusations, by families taking different sides, by the loss of so many of its members to death or imprisonment or voluntary departure. The village eventually separated from the larger township and took a new name, trying to create a new identity separate from the terrible events of 1692. Historical records show that life gradually returned to the patterns of agricultural seasons, of births and deaths, of marriages and harvests, of ordinary troubles and ordinary joys. On the surface, the community healed, but memories remained, passing from generation to generation, a story told and retold, a warning about what could happen when fear overwhelmed reason, when suspicion replaced trust, when the need to find someone to blame became more important than the careful pursuit of truth and justice. In the years and centuries that followed the trials of 1692, people tried to understand what had happened and why. How could a community of educated, godly people have participated in such injustice? How could 20 innocent people have been executed based on questionable evidence? How could fear and suspicion have spread so quickly and completely through settled, functioning communities? These questions have been asked and debated ever since. One part of understanding involves recognizing the worldview of the people in 1692. They believed absolutely in invisible spiritual forces, both good and evil. They believed that the devil was real and active in the world, seeking to corrupt souls and destroy communities. They believed that some people might ally themselves with evil forces, gaining supernatural powers in exchange for their loyalty. These beliefs were not considered superstition but established truth, taught by ministers and accepted by virtually everyone. Given these beliefs, the idea that there might be people in the community practicing harmful supernatural acts was not inherently absurd to them. In their understanding of reality, such things were possible and even likely. The question was not whether such crimes could occur, but how to identify those committing them and how to protect the community from them. Their error was not in believing the supernatural was real, but in accepting inadequate evidence and flawed procedures for determining guilt. The afflicted girl's symptoms were real, even if their cause remains debated. They may have been experiencing genuine medical or psychological conditions that the medicine of their time could not identify or treat. They may have been responding to the enormous pressures placed on young women in their society, finding in affliction a way to express distress and gain attention that would otherwise be denied them. They may have begun with real symptoms that then became performances, especially once they saw how much power their accusations gave them. Some modern researchers have suggested various medical explanations for the symptoms. One theory proposes ergot poisoning from contaminated grain, which can cause convulsions, hallucinations, and other symptoms similar to what the afflicted girls displayed. Others have suggested various psychological conditions, from conversion disorder to mass hysteria to outright fraud. The truth may involve combinations of these factors, with different girls experiencing different things at different times. The readiness of adults to believe the girls and act on their accusations also requires explanation. Adults were predisposed to believe because the accusations confirmed their existing fears and beliefs. Once the first accusations were accepted and acted upon, a momentum built that became difficult to stop. Each examination and trial reinforced the narrative that had been established. Each confession seemed to prove that the conspiracy was real. Each execution appeared to demonstrate that justice was being done. The social dynamics of the community played important roles. Many accusations followed lines of prior conflict and tension. Property disputes, personal grudges, family rivalries, all found expression through accusations of supernatural crimes. The trials provided a way to settle old scores under the guise of protecting the community. Some accusers may have been motivated by genuine belief, others by malice, and still others by fear of being accused themselves if they did not participate. The role of authority figures was crucial. The magistrates and judges were respected leaders whose judgments carried weight. When they took the accusations seriously and accepted spectral evidence, others followed their lead. When they proceeded with convictions and executions, they created a situation where questioning the trials meant questioning established authority. The courage required to stand against community leaders and prevailing opinion was more than most people could muster. The legal procedures used in the trials contained fatal flaws. The acceptance of spectral evidence meant that accusations could not be effectively challenged or disproven. The use of the touch test and other questionable methods created an appearance of objective evidence where none actually existed. The presumption of guilt rather than innocence made it nearly impossible for the accused to defend themselves successfully. These procedural failures meant that even sincere judges seeking truth could arrive at false conclusions. The pattern of confession being rewarded while maintenance of innocence was punished created perverse incentives. Those who confessed to crimes they had not committed were kept alive, while those who truthfully maintained their innocence were executed. This was backward from any reasonable system of justice, but it made sense within the logic of the trials. Confessors were seen as repentant souls who could be saved, while those who denied guilt were seen as obstinate in their evil and beyond redemption. The trials also revealed how quickly normal social and legal protections can break down under pressure. Massachusetts was not a primitive society. It had laws, courts, educated leaders, and established institutions. Yet within months, these safeguards proved inadequate to prevent terrible injustice. The special circumstances of the crisis, the fear, the belief in hidden enemies, the pressure to act decisively, overwhelmed the normal checks and balances that might have prevented or limited the harm. Understanding what happened in 1692 requires acknowledging both historical context and universal human tendencies. The specific beliefs and circumstances were products of their time and place. But the underlying dynamics, fear overwhelming reason, social pressure silencing dissent, authority figures making terrible mistakes, communities turning against their members, these appear across different times and cultures. The trials of 1692 were unique in their details, but not unique in their basic patterns. Scholars have also noted economic and political factors that may have contributed to the crisis. Massachusetts was experiencing tensions over land distribution, trade policies, and relationships with England. The original village where the trials began had internal conflicts between agricultural and commercial interests. These broader stresses may have created an atmosphere where communities were primed for conflict and scapegoating, looking for explanations for their troubles and anxieties. The trials ended when multiple factors converged. The practical costs became impossible to ignore. Key authority figures began to question the proceedings. The accusations spread to implausible targets, undermining credibility. Ministers provided intellectual framework for doubting the methods being used. And gradually, the fever that had gripped the community began to break, though not before terrible damage had been done. Understanding what happened does not excuse it, but it helps explain how ordinary people came to participate in extraordinary injustice. The people of 1692 were not monsters but human beings operating within their worldview and responding to circumstances in ways that made sense to them at the time. Their mistakes teach lessons about the importance of proper procedures, skepticism toward extraordinary claims, protection of individual rights, and the dangers of allowing fear to override careful judgment. 20 people died as a result of the trials of 1692. 19 were hanged, 1 was pressed to death, and at least 2 died in prison while awaiting trial. Each was an individual with a unique life story, with family and friends who mourned their loss, with contributions they might have made had they lived. Remembering them as individuals rather than as statistics is important to honoring their memory and understanding the full human cost of what happened. Bridget was the first executed, hanged in June. She had been married multiple times, ran a tavern, dressed colorfully, and spoke her mind freely. Her nonconformity made her an easy target for suspicion in a community that valued uniformity. She maintained her innocence to the end, insisting she had never harmed anyone, that she was being falsely accused. She left behind family members who struggled to clear her name and reclaim property that had been taken. Rebecca was 71 years old when she was hanged in July. She was known for her kindness, her willingness to sit with the sick, her gentle faith. 40 neighbors signed a petition attesting to her good character, but it was not enough to save her. Her family carried the memory of her unjust death through generations, working to have her name cleared and her reputation restored. She became one of the most remembered victims, a symbol of how the innocent were swept up in the crisis. George, the former minister, was also hanged in August. He had served communities faithfully, despite disputes that had led him to move from place to place. He was educated and articulate, tried to mount a reasoned defense, but logic could not overcome the weight of spectral evidence and the testimony of afflicted girls. His perfect recitation of prayers on the gallows troubled some witnesses but was explained away by those determined to believe in his guilt. Martha, who had questioned how spectral evidence could be trusted, was executed in August. Her intelligent skepticism, which in different circumstances would have been valued, became evidence against her. Her husband Giles would follow her to death just weeks later, crushed by stones because he refused to enter a plea. His last words, demanding more weight, became legendary as an example of stubborn courage in the face of unjust authority. Sarah, the beggar woman who had been among the first accused, was hanged in July. She had lived in desperate poverty with her small daughter, begging for survival, treated with suspicion and dislike by many in the community. Her poverty and her sharp tongue made her vulnerable. She maintained her innocence on the gallows, but few believed her. Her daughter, only 4 years old, was also accused and imprisoned, suffering trauma that affected her for life. John, the prosperous farmer who had spoken out against the trials, was hanged in August. His outspoken criticism of the proceedings brought accusation down on himself, his wife, and even his servant. His angry insistence that the girls were frauds seemed to prove to others that he must be protecting a conspiracy. He died protesting the injustice to the end, his voice silenced by the same processes he had tried to oppose. The others who died had their own stories, their own families, their own contributions to their communities that were cut short. Some were elderly, some in the prime of life. Some were wealthy, some poor. Some were respected community members, others marginal figures. What they shared was innocence of the crimes they were accused of committing and death at the hands of a justice system that had gone terribly wrong. Beyond the 20 who died, many others suffered lasting harm. Those who spent months in terrible prison conditions emerged damaged in body and spirit. Children who witnessed the arrest and imprisonment of parents carried trauma throughout their lives. Families lost property, reputation, and economic stability. The community as a whole lost trust and cohesion that would take generations to rebuild. In later years, memorials were established to honor the victims. Their names were carved in stone so they would not be forgotten. The sites where they died were marked and preserved. Annual remembrances were held, drawing descendants and historians, keeping memory alive. These memorials served multiple purposes: honoring those who died, educating future generations, and affirming a commitment that such injustice should never happen again. The descendants of victims worked for centuries to clear their ancestors' names officially. The 1702 reversal of convictions was an important step, but it took until 1957 for Massachusetts to formally exonerate one of the victims, and not until 2001 were the final names officially cleared. This long struggle for official recognition showed both the lasting importance families placed on justice for their ancestors and the difficulty of achieving full acknowledgement even centuries after the fact. Each victim's story became part of family history, passed down through generations. Descendants took pride in ancestors who had maintained innocence despite pressure to confess, who had shown courage on the gallows, who had demonstrated faith even in death. These family narratives kept individual memories alive when they might otherwise have been lost in the broader historical account. The victims came from various walks of life but shared common humanity. They had worked, loved, raised families, contributed to their communities in large and small ways. They had lives with meaning and value that were cut short by fear and injustice. Remembering them individually, by name and story, helps ensure that they are not reduced to statistics or abstractions but honored as the real people they were. Modern memorials often include elements designed to make the victims' stories accessible to visitors. Information about each person, their circumstances, how they responded to accusation, what happened to their families. These details help contemporary audiences connect with historical individuals across the centuries. The goal is not just to preserve history, but to foster empathy and understanding. The victims of 1692 died because of a system that failed to protect the innocent, a community that allowed fear to override justice, and circumstances that combined to create tragedy. They deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who faced impossible circumstances with varying degrees of courage, faith, anger, confusion, and dignity. Their deaths were not meaningless if later generations learn from what happened and work to prevent similar injustices. The afflicted girls who had been at the center of the crisis faced different futures once the trials ended. They had been, for nearly a year, the most important witnesses in Massachusetts, their words determining who would be arrested and tried, their suffering taken as evidence of hidden crimes. Then, quite suddenly, they were ordinary young women again, and most would remain so for the rest of their lives. And who had been perhaps the most active of the afflicted girls and had made many of the accusations, lived quietly after the trials ended. In 1697, when she was about 17 years old, she made a public statement in her church. She stood before the congregation and apologized for her role in the trials. She said she believed she had been deluded, that she had been mistaken in her accusations, and that she asked forgiveness from God and from the families of those she had accused. She said she had been an instrument used to bring innocent blood upon the land. Her apology was carefully worded. She took responsibility for her actions while also suggesting she had been deceived, that she had not acted with malicious intent. She asked for forgiveness rather than offering to make restitution, which she could not have done even if she had wanted to. Her statement was the most direct acknowledgement by any of the accusers that they had been wrong, and it has been remembered and studied as an example of someone trying to reckon with their role in tragedy. And never married and died relatively young, in her 30s. Whether her involvement in the trials affected her life trajectory is impossible to know with certainty, but some have speculated that guilt or the social consequences of her public apology may have made normal life difficult for her. She cared for her aging mother until her death, living quietly in the same community where the trials had taken place, perhaps trying to make amends through service and good behavior. The other afflicted girls left much less record of their thoughts about the trials. Betty, the minister's daughter whose symptoms had begun everything, was sent away during the height of the crisis and later returned to marry and have a family. She never spoke publicly about her role in the events. Whether she discussed it with her husband or children, whether she expressed regret privately, remains unknown. She lived a conventional life as a minister's wife and died in old age. Her early role in the trials perhaps something she preferred to forget. Abigail, the minister's niece who had been afflicted alongside Betty, also left little record. After the trials ended, she moved away from Massachusetts, perhaps seeking a fresh start where her name would not be associated with the events. Some records suggest she may have continued to make accusations in other places for a time, but eventually she too settled into quiet, ordinary life, married, and disappeared from historical record. Mary, the servant who had briefly recanted her accusations before being accused herself, survived the trials and continued her life. She had shown that breaking ranks with the other afflicted girls was dangerous, and she had paid a price for her moment of truth-telling. After being released from jail, she faded into obscurity, and historians know little about her later life. Her brief attempt at honesty stands out in the record, even though she ultimately could not maintain it under pressure. The other afflicted girls and young women, there were about a dozen in total, mostly returned to conventional lives. They married, had children, managed households, lived the lives expected of women in their time and place. Most never spoke publicly about their role in the trials. Perhaps they felt guilt and shame. Perhaps they genuinely believed at the time that they had been tormented and saw no need to recant. Perhaps they simply wanted to move forward and leave a painful chapter behind. The community's attitude toward the afflicted girls after the trials is difficult to gauge. Some probably blamed them for what had happened, seeing them as liars or attention seekers who had caused terrible harm. Others may have continued to view them as victims who had genuinely suffered, even if the interpretations placed on their suffering had been wrong. Still, others may have preferred not to think about the trials at all, to let the matter fade into the past. The afflicted girls had been young, most of them teenagers or in their early 20s. They had grown up in a society with rigid expectations, especially for females. They were expected to be quiet, obedient, modest, hardworking, and self-effacing. For a brief time, through their afflictions and accusations, they had been important, listened to, believed, powerful. Then that power was taken away as suddenly as it had appeared, and they were expected to return to being invisible and voiceless. Some historians have interpreted the afflicted girls' behavior through this lens, seeing their afflictions as expressions of distress about their constrained lives, their accusations as ways of wielding power they would never normally possess. This interpretation is speculative but thought-provoking. It suggests the girls were both agents and victims, making choices but also responding to circumstances and pressures beyond their control. The question of whether the afflicted girls knew they were being dishonest remains debated. They may have started with genuine symptoms that they could not understand or control. As adults reacted with alarm and interpreted their symptoms as evidence of supernatural attack, the girls may have been influenced to perform increasingly dramatic behaviors. Once accusations began and people were arrested, the girls may have felt trapped, unable to recant without facing consequences themselves. Truth and performance may have become blurred even in their own minds. Whatever their motivations and level of awareness, the afflicted girls bore responsibility for their accusations, even as recognition must be given to the adults who believed them, the officials who acted on their testimony, and the social system that made the whole tragedy possible. The girls were not solely responsible for what happened, but neither were they entirely blameless. They were young people caught up in events that grew far beyond anything they might have anticipated. In the centuries since, the afflicted girls have been viewed in various ways by different observers. Some have seen them as manipulative liars, others as genuine victims of psychological or medical conditions, still others as confused young people responding to social pressures. The truth may include elements of all these perspectives, varying from girl to girl and changing over the course of the crisis. Anne's apology stands as the clearest statement by any of the accusers that they had been wrong, that harm had been done, that responsibility should be acknowledged. Whether the other afflicted girls shared her sense of guilt or regret, we cannot know. They took whatever they truly thought and felt to their graves, leaving historians to speculate based on fragmentary evidence and human nature. The men who served as judges and magistrates during the trials faced their own reckonings in the years that followed. They had been respected leaders in the colony, trusted to administer justice, and they had presided over proceedings that resulted in 20 deaths and more than 100 imprisonments. How they responded to the aftermath varied greatly, revealing different aspects of character and conscience. The chief judge, William, who had presided over most of the trials with unwavering certainty, never admitted any error or expressed any regret. He seemed to believe until his death that the trials had been justified, that there truly had been a dangerous conspiracy that the court had rightly confronted and defeated. In his view, the afflicted girls had been genuine victims, the spectral evidence had been reliable, and the executions had protected the community from real threats. William continued in public service after the trials, holding various positions of authority in colonial government. He was respected by many who shared his view that the trials, while perhaps excessive in some particulars, had been fundamentally necessary and just. He corresponded with ministers who supported this interpretation, and he never joined those who later expressed doubt or regret about what had been done. His certainty troubled others who had participated in the trials. If someone as intelligent and educated as William could remain convinced of the righteousness of the proceedings even years later, what did that say about the nature of certainty itself? His unwavering belief became, for some observers, a cautionary example of how conviction could blind even learned men to evidence that contradicted their established views. In stark contrast stood the judge Samuel, whose conscience would not let him rest after the trials ended. Samuel had been one of several judges on the court, not the chief but an important member. He had voted for convictions, had participated in procedures that led to executions. As the months passed after the trials ended, he found himself increasingly haunted by what had happened. Samuel kept a detailed diary throughout his life, and in it he recorded his growing anguish about the trials. He questioned whether the court had been too hasty, too willing to accept questionable evidence, too quick to convict. He wondered if innocent people had died because of errors he had helped to make. His private writings show a man struggling deeply with questions of justice, conscience, and responsibility. In January 1697, the colonial government declared a day of fasting and prayer for the innocent blood that had been shed. On that day, Samuel took an extraordinary step. He wrote out a statement acknowledging his role in the trials and asking forgiveness from God and from the community. He gave the statement to his minister to read aloud in church while Samuel stood before the congregation. The statement was carefully worded. Samuel acknowledged that he had been involved in the trials, that he now believed errors had been made and innocent people had suffered, and that he took blame and shame upon himself for his role in these events. He asked for prayers that God would pardon his sin and that he would not bring further judgment upon the land or upon his family through his guilt. This public confession was remarkable for its time and place. Public officials did not typically admit error so openly. Samuel's willingness to stand before his community and acknowledge fault demonstrated both genuine remorse and considerable courage. He was the only judge to make such a public statement, and his action has been remembered and honored by later generations as an example of moral courage and the willingness to admit error even when doing so was difficult and potentially damaging to one's reputation. Samuel's sense of guilt seems to have stayed with him for the rest of his life. His diary entries in subsequent years show him returning repeatedly to thoughts about the trials, questioning his judgments, praying for forgiveness. When personal tragedies befell his family in later years, the death of a child, financial losses, other misfortunes, he wondered if these were divine punishment for his role in the trials. His conscience, once awakened, gave him no lasting peace. The magistrates who had conducted the preliminary examinations before the formal trials also faced questions about their roles. John, who had been particularly aggressive in his questioning of accused individuals, never expressed any public regret. He had examined dozens of people, treating them as guilty from the moment they appeared before him, pressing them to confess, interpreting their denials as further evidence of guilt. He continued in public service after the trials, but left no record of his private thoughts about what had happened. Jonathan, the other chief magistrate who had worked alongside John in conducting examinations, also remained largely silent about the trials in later years. He continued to hold positions of authority and trust in the colony. Whether he privately questioned his role or remained convinced of its righteousness, he left no clear record for historians to examine. Some of the jurors who had voted for convictions later signed a statement expressing regret. In 1697, the same year that Samuel made his public confession, 12 men who had served on juries during the trials signed a document acknowledging that they had been mistaken. They said they had acted according to their best understanding at the time, but now believed they had been in error. They asked forgiveness from the families of those they had helped to convict. This statement by the jurors was significant because it showed that ordinary citizens, not just officials and judges, were grappling with what had happened. The jurors had not initiated the trials or created the procedures, but they had participated in the crucial moment of determining guilt or innocence. Their willingness to acknowledge error years later suggested a broader community reckoning with the events of 1692. Other officials involved in the trials, the constables who had made arrests, the court clerks who had recorded testimony, the sheriffs who had carried out executions, left little record of their thoughts. They had been carrying out orders, performing their assigned duties within the legal system as it existed. Whether they questioned their roles or simply moved on to other duties, their voices are largely absent from the historical record. The responses of the judges and magistrates revealed much about human nature and the difficulty of admitting error. It was easier to remain certain, to insist that one had acted rightly based on the information available at the time, than to acknowledge that terrible mistakes had been made. Yet Samuel's willingness to publicly confess error also showed that such acknowledgement was possible, that even in a culture that valued authority and certainty, individuals could choose conscience over reputation, honesty over self-protection. The division among officials about how to view the trials in retrospect ensured that the community could not achieve easy closure. Some insisted the trials had been necessary and just, others admitted they had been terrible errors, and still others remained publicly silent while perhaps privately struggling with doubts and questions. This lack of consensus meant the memory of 1692 would remain contested, interpreted and reinterpreted, never fully settled into a single agreed-upon narrative. The ministers who served the communities of Massachusetts in 1692 and the years following faced particularly complex reckonings with the trials. They were religious leaders, meant to guide their flocks toward truth and righteousness. They were also educated men who understood theology and law. Their responses to the trials, both during and after, revealed deep tensions between different understandings of faith, justice, and responsibility. The minister Samuel, in whose household the afflictions had first begun, carried a heavy burden after the trials ended. The crisis had started with his daughter and niece showing strange symptoms in his own home. His calling of the doctor, his consultations with other ministers, his acceptance of supernatural explanations, all of these had set events in motion. Then, as the village minister, he had preached sermons supporting the trials, encouraging the prosecution of those accused, framing the proceedings as spiritual warfare against evil forces. After the trials ended, Samuel found his position in the village increasingly difficult. Many families blamed him for the crisis. They felt he had encouraged the accusations, that his household had been the source of the contagion that had spread through the community. Relations between Samuel and his congregation grew strained and bitter. He struggled to collect his salary, which depended on contributions from village families, many of whom now resented him. Samuel eventually wrote a document acknowledging that mistakes had been made during the trials, though he was careful not to accept full personal responsibility. He suggested that everyone had been caught up in extraordinary circumstances, that all had acted according to their best understanding, and that while errors occurred, no one had intended harm. His statement was less a confession than an explanation, an attempt to acknowledge problems while also defending his own role. He remained in his position for several more years, but the relationship with his congregation never fully healed. Eventually he left, taking a position in another town where his connection to the trials was less direct and painful. He carried the shadow of 1692 with him for the rest of his life, never able to fully escape association with events that had begun in his own household. Cotton, an influential minister from Boston who had been consulted during the trials, faced his own difficult position. Cotton was one of the most learned men in Massachusetts, educated at Harvard, well-read in theology and natural philosophy. He had written books and was respected throughout the colony. When the trials were ongoing, he had been consulted for his expertise. Cotton had sent a letter to the judges urging caution about spectral evidence, acknowledging that the devil might take the form of innocent people to deceive observers. This letter showed theological sophistication and appropriate skepticism. However, Cotton had also attended some of the executions and had spoken to crowds encouraging them to trust the court's decisions. He had written in support of the judge's general approach even while questioning specific methods. After the trials ended, Cotton found himself in a difficult position. He had expressed cautions that the court had not fully heeded, which allowed him to say he had been appropriately cautious. But he had also supported the trials in general, which made him vulnerable to criticism from those who saw the entire proceeding as unjust. He wrote a book about the trials that tried to thread this needle, acknowledging some errors while defending the fundamental righteousness of the effort to confront evil. His book satisfied few readers. Those who believed the trials had been justified thought Cotton was being too critical of the judges. Those who believed the trials had been a terrible mistake thought Cotton was being too defensive and not acknowledging the full scope of the injustice. Cotton found that trying to occupy a middle ground pleased no one and left him open to attacks from both sides. Cotton's father, Increase, took a clearer and braver stance. Increase was even more prominent than his son, serving as president of Harvard College and as one of the most respected ministers in all of Massachusetts. When the trials were ongoing, Increase had been in England on colony business and had not been present for most of the proceedings. When he returned and learned what had happened, Increase was troubled. He studied the records of the trials and consulted with others about the evidence and procedures that had been used. Then he wrote a strong statement titled Cases of Conscience concerning evil spirits, in which he argued powerfully against the use of spectral evidence and other questionable methods that had been central to the trials. Increase's argument was both theological and practical. He pointed out that Scripture and traditional theology warned about how the devil could deceive people, how evil forces might take the form of innocent individuals to confuse observers. He argued that special caution was needed in cases where invisible evidence was being used to condemn people. He made the famous statement that it was better for 10 guilty people to escape than for one innocent person to die. His statement carried enormous weight because of his position and reputation. It provided theological cover for the governor's decision to dissolve the special court and change the rules of evidence for remaining trials. It gave those who had doubts about the trials authoritative support for their concerns. It helped shift community opinion away from unquestioning support for the trials toward recognition that serious errors had been made. However, Increase's clear stance also brought him criticism from those who still believed the trials had been necessary. Some accused him of undermining righteous efforts to protect the community. Others suggested he was being disloyal to his fellow ministers who had supported the trials. Increase accepted this criticism as the price of speaking truth as he understood it, but it showed how difficult it was even for prominent leaders to take clear positions against proceedings that many still believed had been justified. Other ministers throughout Massachusetts took various positions. Some continued to insist that there had been real crimes committed, that at least some of the accused had been guilty, even if errors had occurred in identifying exactly who was guilty. Others expressed more thoroughgoing doubt about the entire proceeding. Still others remained publicly silent, perhaps uncertain about what to think or worried about the consequences of speaking out. The ministers who served congregations where accused individuals had lived faced particularly difficult situations. They had to provide spiritual counsel to families torn apart by accusations and imprisonments. They had to preach to congregations divided between those who believed the accusations and those who doubted them. They had to maintain community cohesion when trust had been shattered and resentments ran deep. In the years following the trials, ministers incorporated the events into their preaching in various ways. Some used 1692 as an example of how the devil worked in the world, trying to turn communities against themselves. Others used it as a cautionary tale about the dangers of hasty judgment and the importance of careful justice. Still others simply tried to move past it, encouraging their congregations to focus on the future rather than dwelling on a painful past. The trials left the religious establishment of Massachusetts in a complicated position. The ministers had been trusted as spiritual and moral authorities, yet many had supported proceedings that later came to be seen as unjust. Some had shown courage in expressing doubts even when doing so was unpopular. Others had remained silent when their voices might have made a difference. The varying responses of different ministers showed that even shared religious training and beliefs did not guarantee unified judgment when communities faced crisis and fear. The families most directly affected by the trials, those who lost members to execution or lengthy imprisonment, faced long years of recovery and rebuilding after the crisis ended. Their experiences reveal the human cost of the trials in intimate detail, showing how justice denied and lives destroyed rippled outward through generations. The children of those executed faced particularly difficult circumstances. Many had witnessed their parents' arrests, had seen them taken away in chains, had perhaps attended the trials and even the executions. These traumatic experiences shaped their remaining childhoods and their adult lives in ways both visible and hidden. Some children of the executed were taken in by relatives who had not been accused, who could provide homes and support during the years of rebuilding. These children at least had family continuity, familiar faces, some sense of belonging even as they grieved their lost parents. They grew up hearing stories about their parents' innocence, about the injustice that had been done, and many carried determination to clear their parents' names. Other children were not so fortunate. When both parents were accused or when extended family could not or would not take in orphan children, some young people were bound out as servants to other families, essentially sold into years of labor to pay for their upkeep. They worked in other households, sometimes treated kindly, sometimes not, separated from siblings, growing up without family connection or inheritance. The daughter of Sarah, the beggar woman, was particularly tragic. The child had been only 4 years old when accused and imprisoned alongside her mother. She spent months in chains, an experience that reportedly damaged her mind permanently. After the trials ended and her mother was executed, the little girl was released but was never the same. She lived out her life dependent on others' charity, unable to care for herself, a living reminder of how the trials had harmed the most vulnerable. The widow Elizabeth, whose husband John had been executed while she was spared because of pregnancy, faced the challenge of rebuilding life alone. She gave birth to her child in prison, raised that child and her other children without their father, managed the farm and household without her partner. She lived for many years after the trials, eventually remarried, and worked to establish some stability for her family. But she carried the loss of her husband and the trauma of imprisonment for the rest of her days. The families of the executed also faced financial devastation. Property of convicted individuals had often been seized by the authorities. Even when property was eventually returned, years had been lost when farms could have been productive, businesses could have been operating, assets could have been growing. The disruption cost families dearly in purely economic terms, aside from all the emotional and social costs. Some families spent years petitioning the colonial government for compensation and for formal reversal of the guilty verdicts. They gathered witness statements attesting to their relatives' good character. They collected documents showing property that had been seized. They wrote careful letters to officials explaining their cases and requesting justice. This work fell often to the children and grandchildren of those executed, who took up the cause of clearing their ancestors' names. The colonial legislature eventually did act, though slowly and incompletely. In 1702, a measure was passed that essentially reversed the guilty verdicts, acknowledging that mistakes had been made. In 1711, financial compensation was provided to heirs of those executed and to those who had been imprisoned. The amounts were calculated based on estimates of property lost and time spent in prison, but they were modest sums that could not truly compensate for lives lost or years stolen. Even receiving compensation could be complicated. Families had to prove their relationship to the victims, had to document their losses, had to navigate bureaucratic procedures while dealing with their grief and anger. Some families received their allotted compensation relatively quickly. Others faced delays and difficulties. A few never received anything, falling through cracks in the restitution process. Beyond the direct victims and their immediate families, many others in the community also suffered lasting effects. People who had testified against their neighbors, sometimes under pressure or out of fear, had to live with what they had done. Families who had been divided by the trials, some members accused, others not, struggled to repair relationships strained or broken by betrayal and suspicion. The community as a whole carried scars for generations. The village where the trials had begun found itself unable to function effectively in the aftermath. The divisions were too deep, the resentments too strong. Eventually, the village separated from the larger township and took a new name, trying to create a fresh identity separate from the terrible events of 1692. But changing names could not erase memories or heal all wounds. Some families left Massachusetts entirely, unable to bear remaining in a place where such things had happened to them. They moved to other colonies, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, farther south, seeking fresh starts where their names would not be associated with the trials, where they would not be marked as relatives of the executed or the accused. These migrations scattered families geographically, severing connections that might have provided support and continuity. The families who stayed faced the challenge of rebuilding their reputations and their lives in communities where everyone knew what had happened. They had to work alongside neighbors who might have testified against them or who might have remained silent when defense was needed. They had to attend meetings in the same meeting house where examinations had been held. They walked past the homes of magistrates and accusers, constant reminders of their losses. Yet life did continue because it had to. Young people grew up, married, had children of their own. Farms were tended, harvests gathered, buildings raised and repaired. Gradually, the immediate crisis receded into the past, though its shadow remained. New generations were born who knew the story of 1692 only from their parents' and grandparents' tales, a history rather than a lived experience. The descendants of victims became guardians of their ancestors' memories. They told and retold the stories of what had happened, ensuring that the innocence of their relatives was remembered and proclaimed. They participated in later efforts to memorialize the victims and educate future generations about the trials. They kept alive both the specific memories of individual people who had died and the broader lessons about justice and injustice that the trials taught. Some descendants discovered unexpected connections. People whose ancestors had been on opposite sides of the trials, descendants of victims and descendants of accusers, might find themselves as neighbors or even as spouses when their children married. These encounters required navigation of complicated feelings and histories, decisions about how to honor the past while living in the present. The long recovery of the families affected by the trials showed that historical events do not end when the immediate crisis passes. The consequences ripple outward through time, affecting not just those directly involved, but their children and grandchildren and generations beyond. Justice delayed or denied leaves wounds that heal slowly, if at all, and the work of making things right, even partially, can take decades or centuries. As the 18th century progressed, the way people understood and discussed the trials of 1692 began to shift. What had once been seen by many as a righteous battle against evil forces gradually came to be seen by most as a tragic miscarriage of justice, a cautionary tale about the dangers of fear and hasty judgment. This changing understanding reflected broader shifts in how people thought about evidence, justice, and human nature. In the immediate aftermath of the trials, opinion had been divided. Some still insisted that there truly had been guilty people among those accused, that the trials had been necessary even if some errors had occurred. Others believed the entire proceeding had been based on false premises and unreliable evidence. Still others occupied middle ground, acknowledging that mistakes had been made while not completely rejecting the possibility that some accusations might have had basis. As years passed and as more voices expressed regret or doubt, the balance of opinion gradually shifted. The public confessions of Samuel, the judge, and others who had been involved carried weight. The statements by ministers like increase questioning the reliability of spectral evidence provided intellectual framework for reconsidering what had happened. The simple passage of time, with no further outbreaks of similar accusations, suggested that perhaps the supposed conspiracy had never existed. Writers and thinkers began to examine what had happened more critically. They looked at the evidence that had been accepted during the trials and found it wanting. Spectral evidence, testimony about invisible spirits seen only by afflicted individuals, came to be seen as inherently unreliable. How could anyone verify such testimony? How could an accused person defend against it? The very invisibility that had made spectral evidence seem powerful during the trials now made it seem obviously problematic to later observers. The touch test and other methods that had been used to identify the guilty also came under scrutiny. The idea that touching an accused person would cure an afflicted person seemed, in retrospect, more like superstition than reliable evidence. The confessions that had been taken as proof of conspiracy came to be seen as likely coerced or motivated by fear, given that confessors had been spared while those who maintained innocence had been executed. As understanding of psychology and group behavior developed over subsequent centuries, new frameworks emerged for interpreting what had happened. The afflicted girl's behaviors might be understood as mass hysteria, as psychological responses to stress and restricted lives, as attention-seeking that escalated beyond control, or as combinations of these and other factors. The readiness of the community to believe the accusations might be understood through analysis of social tensions, scapegoating, and the psychology of fear. The trials became a subject of study and reflection for those thinking about justice and legal procedure. What safeguards were needed to protect accused individuals? What kinds of evidence should be admissible in court? How could communities guard against mass delusions and moral panics? The trials of 1692 provided a negative example, a demonstration of what could go wrong when proper procedures were not followed and when questionable evidence was accepted without sufficient scrutiny. Writers and artists found the story compelling and used it in various ways. Historians recorded the events as accurately as they could from surviving documents, trying to preserve an accurate account of what had happened. Playwrights and novelists used the trials as setting or inspiration for fictional works that explored themes of injustice, hysteria, persecution, and courage. The trials became part of American cultural consciousness, a story that most educated people knew at least in outline. Different generations found different meanings in the story. In the 19th century, as Americans grappled with questions of democratic governance and individual rights, the trials were often cited as an example of why strong protections for accused individuals were necessary. The Bill of Rights in the United States Constitution, with its protections against unreasonable searches and seizures, its guarantee of due process, its prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment, could be seen in part as responses to the kinds of injustices that had occurred in 1692 and other historical episodes. In the 20th century, the trials were sometimes invoked as a parallel to contemporary events. When communities or nations were swept up in fear of communism or terrorism or other perceived threats, observers would point to 1692 as a warning about what could happen when fear overrode reason. The trials became a reference point for discussing any situation where accusations were made without solid evidence or where justice seemed to be corrupted by mass emotion. Scholars continued to study the trials, bringing new methods and questions to old documents. Social historians examined the patterns of accusation, noting how they often followed lines of prior conflict and social tension. Economic historians looked at property disputes and debt relationships, showing how material interests sometimes lay beneath accusations framed in spiritual terms. Gender historians noted how most accusers were young women and how most accused were women, exploring what this pattern might reveal about gender roles and power in colonial society. Psychologists and medical researchers proposed various theories about what might have caused the afflicted girl's symptoms. Some suggested ergot poisoning from contaminated grain could cause convulsions and hallucinations. Others proposed various psychological explanations ranging from conversion disorder to deliberate fraud to something in between. While no single explanation satisfied everyone, the research showed how later generations brought new knowledge to bear on historical puzzles. The descendants of those involved continued to care about how the story was told. Descendants of the executed wanted their ancestors remembered as innocent victims of injustice. Descendants of the judges and ministers wanted their ancestors' actions understood in context, their genuine concerns and beliefs acknowledged even when their judgments were criticized. Descendants of the accusers, when they could be identified, often remained silent, perhaps uncomfortable with this aspect of their family history. As the 300th anniversary of the trials approached in 1992, there was renewed interest in commemorating the victims and learning from the events. Memorial sites were created or improved. Museums developed new exhibits. Scholars published new studies. The town that had been the center of the trials acknowledged its history more fully, balancing the economic benefits of tourism with respectful commemoration of those who had died. The changing understanding of the trials over 3 centuries showed how historical events are not fixed in meaning but are continually reinterpreted by each generation in light of its own concerns and knowledge. The facts of what happened in 1692 remained constant in the historical record, but the meaning and significance of those facts shifted as society changed, as understanding deepened, as new questions were asked and new parallels were drawn to contemporary concerns. What remained constant through all these changing interpretations was recognition that something terrible had happened in 1692, that innocent people had died, that justice had failed, and that the events carried lessons worth learning and remembering. The specific lessons different people drew might vary, but the importance of remembering and learning from the past was affirmed across generations. The trials of 1692 left legacies that extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families, shaping American law, culture, and consciousness in ways both visible and subtle. Understanding these legacies helps explain why the story continues to be told more than 3 centuries after the events occurred. One of the most important legacies involved changes to legal procedures and standards of evidence. The problems with spectral evidence became a classic example of unreliable evidence that should not be admitted in court. Later legal systems developed rules about hearsay, about the kinds of testimony that could be trusted, about the need for physical evidence and credible witnesses. While the trials were not the only influence on these developments, they provided a powerful negative example of what could happen when courts accepted questionable evidence. The trials also influenced thinking about the rights of accused individuals. The way accused people in 1692 had been essentially presumed guilty, had been given no effective way to defend themselves, had been convicted based on evidence they could not challenge, all came to be seen as fundamental violations of justice. Later legal systems built in protections meant to prevent such injustices. The concept of due process, the idea that legal procedures must be fair and properly followed, can be understood partly as a response to episodes like the trials where proper procedures were not followed. The special court that had conducted the trials had operated with unusual rules and unusual speed, prioritizing quick resolution over careful justice. This came to be seen as a warning about the dangers of special courts and expedited procedures, especially in times of crisis. The trials also left cultural legacies. becoming part of American storytelling and self-understanding. The story was told and retold in various forms, each generation finding new relevance in the old tale. Sometimes the story was used to comment on contemporary events, drawing parallels between the accusations of 1692 and more recent episodes. Sometimes it was told simply as a compelling human drama of innocence and guilt, fear and courage, justice and injustice. The physical places where the trials occurred became sites of memory and education. The courthouse where trials had been held, the jail where accused individuals had been imprisoned, the site of the executions. These locations were preserved or marked in various ways. Museums and historical sites allowed visitors to learn about the events and to reflect on their meaning. Memorial efforts continued for centuries after the events. In 1992, on the 300th anniversary, a memorial park was dedicated listing the names of those executed and acknowledging the injustice done to them. The memorial created a physical place where descendants could honor their ancestors, where visitors could reflect on the events, and where the community could acknowledge its history. Educational programs developed around the history of the trials, teaching students about this period and drawing lessons about justice, evidence, fear, and community responsibility. Teachers used the story to prompt discussions about how to prevent similar injustices in the future, about the importance of protecting individual rights even in times of fear, about the dangers of mass hysteria and scapegoating. The trials also left more subtle legacies in American culture. They contributed to a skepticism about claims of hidden conspiracies, a wariness about accusations made without solid evidence, a concern about how fear could be manipulated. These attitudes were not caused solely by memory of 1692, but that memory reinforced and shaped them. The story also shaped how Americans understood their own history. It complicated narratives by showing that the ancestors of Americans had been capable of terrible injustice. It provided a counterpoint to idealized visions of colonial communities, showing that early settlements had been troubled by the same human failings that afflicted any human society. This more complex understanding of history became part of a mature historical consciousness. For descendants of all those involved, the legacy was personal and familial as well as public. Family histories carried the stories forward through generations. Some families took pride in ancestors who had shown courage. Others remained silent about painful aspects of their family past. The continuing relevance of the trials across more than 3 centuries suggested something universal in the story. Every generation found ways to connect the events of 1692 to their own concerns. The specific parallels drawn might differ, but the underlying sense that the story mattered, that it had lessons to teach, remained constant. At the heart of what happened in 1692 lay a powerful and destructive force, fear. Understanding how fear operated in that time and place helps explain how ordinary people came to do extraordinary and terrible things. It also provides lessons about how fear continues to operate in human communities, making the story relevant across the centuries. The people of Massachusetts in 1692 lived with many fears as part of their daily existence. They feared harsh winters that could kill if you ran out of food or fuel. They feared illness and injury in a time when medicine could do little to help. They feared crop failures that could mean starvation. They feared the wilderness that pressed close around their small settlements, unknown and potentially dangerous. They feared conflicts with indigenous peoples whose land they had taken and who sometimes fought back. Beyond these physical and practical fears, they also carried spiritual and cosmic fears. They believed absolutely in invisible forces that could harm or help them. They believed in a universe where a cosmic battle between good and evil was constantly being waged, where human souls were the prize and where the outcome was never certain. They believed that evil forces actively sought to corrupt individuals and destroy communities, that vigilance was always necessary against spiritual threats. These existing fears created a foundation on which more specific and immediate fears could build. When the girls in the minister's household began showing strange symptoms, when a doctor suggested supernatural causes, these suggestions fell on minds already primed to believe in invisible threats. The idea that there might be people in the community who had allied with evil forces was not absurd to them but entirely plausible, fitting their understanding of how the world worked. Once that initial fear took hold, it began to spread and amplify. Other girls showed similar symptoms, confirming that something was wrong in the community. The first accusations named marginal figures, easy to believe, which made subsequent accusations seem more credible. Each confession seemingly proved that the accusations were true, encouraging more accusations. Each execution seemed to confirm the reality of the threat and the necessity of continued vigilance. Fear fed on itself, growing stronger with each cycle. Fear also changed how people interpreted ordinary events. A sick cow might be just bad luck, or it might be evidence of harmful magic. A child's illness might be natural misfortune, or it might be an attack by someone bearing a grudge. Words spoken in anger years earlier might have been meaningless, or they might have been curses producing effects long after. Once fear established the framework, ambiguous events could be interpreted in ways that reinforced the fear. The fear that gripped the community made rational thought more difficult. When people are frightened, they tend to rely on emotion rather than careful reasoning. They look for simple explanations for complex problems. They seek someone or something to blame for their troubles. They become willing to take drastic action to feel safer, even if that action is not actually making them safer. All of these tendencies were visible in how the community responded to the accusations and trials. Fear also made it dangerous to question what was happening. To express doubt about the accusations might mean you were protecting the supposed conspiracy. To defend someone who had been accused might mean you were part of the conspiracy yourself. The afflicted girls would sometimes turn on people who questioned them, accusing doubters of being spiritual attackers. This created a climate where silence seemed safer than skepticism, where people who had doubts kept them private rather than risking becoming targets themselves. Those in authority, the magistrates, judges, and ministers, were themselves influenced by fear. They genuinely believed they were facing a serious threat to their communities. They thought they were protecting the innocent, not persecuting them. Their fear led them to accept questionable evidence, to interpret denials as proof of guilt, to move quickly rather than carefully. They feared that any delay, any excessive mercy, might allow evil to spread further and harm more people. The accusers, particularly the afflicted girls, may have been driven partly by fear as well. Perhaps they feared whatever was actually causing their symptoms. Perhaps they feared being blamed themselves if they did not name others. Perhaps they feared losing the attention and protection they received as long as they continued to show symptoms and make accusations. Fear could drive both the behaviors themselves and the continuation of those behaviors even when doing so caused harm to others. Fear also explains why some people confessed to things they had not done. Faced with imprisonment, interrogation, and the threat of execution, some chose to confess falsely as a way to survive. They feared death more than they feared lying, more than they feared the consequences of confession. Their fear was understandable. The prisons were terrible, the interrogations were harsh, and those who maintained innocence were being executed while confessors were kept alive. Fear drove them to make choices they might not have made in calmer circumstances. The community's fear was not entirely irrational given their beliefs and understanding. If you truly believe that invisible evil forces exist and can harm people, then fear of those forces makes sense. If you truly believe that some individuals might ally with such forces, then fear of those individuals is logical. The problem was not that they felt fear, but that their fear led them to accept inadequate evidence, to abandon proper procedures, to move too quickly, to trust testimony that should have been questioned. The ending of the crisis came partly when fear began to diminish. As accusations spread to include ever more implausible targets, as the economic and social costs became impossible to ignore, as ministers and others raised questions about procedures and evidence, people's confidence in their fears began to erode. Doubt crept in. Questions were asked more openly. The certainty that had driven the trials began to crack. With less fear, space opened for more careful thought about what had happened and whether it had been justified. The role of fear in the events of 1692 provides lessons that remain relevant. Fear is a natural human emotion, often useful in alerting us to real dangers. But fear can also distort judgment, leading us to see threats that do not exist or to respond to real threats in ways that cause more harm than good. Communities experiencing fear need leaders who can help channel that fear into appropriate responses rather than allowing it to drive rash actions. They need procedures and protections that remain in place even when fear is high, preventing fear-driven injustice. The trials showed that education, intelligence, and sincere beliefs are not sufficient protections against fear-driven injustice. The leaders of Massachusetts in 1692 were educated men who genuinely believed they were acting righteously. What they lacked were adequate procedures for testing their assumptions, sufficient skepticism about their own certainty, and enough humility to consider that they might be wrong. These deficiencies, combined with fear, led to tragedy. Amid the fear and injustice of 1692, there were also voices of courage, individuals who spoke truth, who questioned the proceedings, who maintained their integrity even at great personal cost. These voices, though often overwhelmed during the crisis itself, deserve to be remembered as examples of moral courage and strength of character. Rebecca, the 71-year-old woman known for her kindness, showed quiet courage throughout her ordeal. When accused and examined, she responded with confused dignity, unable to understand how anyone could believe such things of her. She maintained her innocence despite intense pressure to confess. When 40 neighbors signed a petition attesting to her good character, this collective act of courage demonstrated that not everyone was willing to abandon the accused without support. Rebecca's courage at her execution particularly moved witnesses. She spoke words of faith and forgiveness, praying for those who had accused her, demonstrating grace even as she faced death. Her demeanor on the gallows planted seeds of doubt in some minds. How could someone so evidently faithful and good be guilty of what she was accused of doing? Her courage in maintaining innocence and demonstrating faith even unto death became part of the historical record, honored by later generations. George, the former minister who was himself accused and executed, showed intellectual courage in defending himself. He used his education and his understanding of theology to construct arguments about evidence and justice. Though these arguments did not save him, they were remembered and recorded. His perfect recitation of prayers on the gallows, demonstrating his faith and learning even at the moment of death, troubled witnesses who had expected him to falter if he were truly guilty. His courage in maintaining his integrity to the end made an impression that lasted beyond his death. John, the prosperous farmer who spoke out against the proceedings, showed perhaps the most direct kind of courage. He publicly called the afflicted girls frauds. He threatened to punish his servant for participating in what he saw as collective lies. His anger at injustice burned hot and clear, even though he must have known that speaking so forcefully put him in danger. When he and his wife were accused, he continued to proclaim the truth as he saw it, that the trials were a travesty and the accusations were false. His courage in speaking out, even though it cost him his life, demonstrated that not everyone was silent or compliant. Martha, who questioned how spectral evidence could be trusted, showed intellectual courage similar to George's. She asked rational questions about procedure and evidence. She pointed out the logical problems with accepting testimony that could not be verified. Her questions were threatening precisely because they were logical, because they exposed the weaknesses in the court's methods. Though her questions did not save her, they were part of a growing chorus of doubt that eventually led to changes in how the trials were conducted. The 40 neighbors who signed the petition for Rebecca showed collective courage. Each signature was an act of support for someone accused, a public statement that the signer did not believe the accusations. In the climate of fear that gripped the community, where defending the accused could bring suspicion on oneself, these signatures represented real risk. That 40 people were willing to take that risk showed that community bonds and personal knowledge sometimes overcame fear. Samuel, the judge who later publicly confessed his error, showed a different kind of courage. It would have been easier to remain silent, to justify his role in the trials, to insist he had acted rightly based on the information available. Instead, he stood before his community and admitted fault, asked for forgiveness, took responsibility. This required courage of a particular kind, the courage to admit error, to face shame, to prioritize truth and conscience over pride and reputation. His willingness to do this, unique among the judges, earned him a respect that outlasted his lifetime. Increase, the prominent minister who wrote clearly against spectral evidence and questionable trial procedures, showed the courage of using his authority and reputation for what he believed was right even when doing so was unpopular with some. He could have remained silent or equivocated, preserving his standing with all parties. Instead, he took a clear position, providing intellectual and theological framework for questioning the trials. His willingness to speak out, given his prominent position, made a significant difference in how events unfolded. Some lesser-known individuals also showed courage. Townsfolk who quietly helped families of the accused, providing food or support despite the risk of becoming suspect themselves. Jailers who perhaps showed kindness to prisoners even when they were supposed to treat them harshly. Ordinary citizens who voted for acquittals when cases came before juries in later trials conducted under different rules. These small acts of courage, less dramatic than the courage of those who died maintaining innocence, were nonetheless real and important. Mary, the servant who briefly recanted her accusations and tried to tell the truth about what was happening, showed courage even though she ultimately fell back into making accusations. Her moment of truth-telling, however brief, demonstrated that clarity was possible, that the afflicted girls could break free from the pattern if they chose. That she was immediately accused herself when she tried to recant showed how dangerous truth-telling was. But her attempt remained an example of courage, however briefly sustained. Old Giles, crushed to death by stones because he refused to enter a plea, showed a grim and determined courage. He could have pleaded, gone through a trial he would likely have lost, and died by hanging. Instead, he endured torture to protect his children's inheritance. His last words, demanding more weight rather than begging for mercy, became legendary as an example of courage and stubbornness combined. His was not a gentle or refined courage, but a fierce determination to resist what he saw as unjust proceedings, even at the cost of his own life. These examples of courage were varied, fitting different circumstances and different personalities. Some faced death with faith and forgiveness. Others resisted with anger and defiance. Some spoke out publicly despite danger. Others acted quietly to help where they could. Some admitted error and sought to make amends. But all shared a common thread. They chose conscience over convenience, truth over safety, integrity over expedience. The examples of courage from 1692 mattered because they showed that even in times of mass fear and injustice, individual choice remained possible. People were not simply swept along by events beyond their control. At each point, individuals made choices about whether to support or question, whether to participate or resist, whether to speak or remain silent. Those who chose courage often paid terrible prices, but their examples remained as testimony that alternatives to compliance existed. The courage of those who resisted also provided ammunition for later reassessments of the trials. When judges, ministers, and citizens looked back and tried to understand what had happened, the courageous voices stood out. Their questions, their protests, their maintained innocence all appeared prophetic in hindsight. They had been right when the majority had been wrong. Their courage validated later doubts and encouraged more thorough questioning of what had occurred and why. For descendants and later generations, these examples of courage provided sources of pride and inspiration. Families descended from those who had maintained innocence despite execution could take pride in their ancestors' integrity. Communities could point to individuals who had resisted injustice as evidence that not everyone had been swept along. The story of 1692, while primarily tragic, included these threads of courage woven through the darkness, reminders that human beings are capable of nobility even in terrible circumstances. Among those most affected by the trials of 1692 were the children and young people who lived through these events. Their stories deserve particular attention, both because they were especially vulnerable and because the experiences of childhood often shape entire lives in lasting ways. The children of 1692 witnessed things no child should see, suffered losses that would mark them forever, and carried their memories forward into adulthood and old age. Betty and Abigail, the minister's daughter and niece whose symptoms had begun the entire crisis, were themselves children caught up in something that grew far beyond anything they might have imagined. Betty was only 9 years old when her strange behaviors first alarmed her father. Abigail was 11. These were young girls, living in the restrictive environment of a minister's household, expected to be models of proper behavior, constantly observed and corrected. What exactly they experienced, what they truly felt during those months, remains somewhat mysterious. Were their symptoms genuine, the product of some medical or psychological condition they could not control? Or were they performing, seeking attention in a world where children, especially girls, were expected to be silent and obedient? Perhaps it was some combination. Real symptoms that were then encouraged and amplified by adult attention, behaviors that began sincerely but then continued because of the power and importance they brought. Betty was sent away to live with relatives in another town during the height of the trials, removed from the situation by her father. This may have been an attempt to protect her or to remove her from the center of attention in hope that her symptoms would cease. She returned eventually, grew up, married, had children, lived a long life. But those months when she was 9 years old, when she had been at the center of a crisis that would claim 20 lives, must have marked her in ways we can only imagine. The children of those accused and executed faced different but equally difficult circumstances. They watched as their parents were arrested, taken away in chains, imprisoned in distant jails. Some were allowed to visit imprisoned parents and saw them in terrible conditions. Some attended the trials and heard their parents accused of impossible crimes. Some even witnessed executions, seeing their parents die on Gallows Hill. These traumatic experiences shaped the rest of their lives. Some children were separated from siblings, sent to different relatives, or bound out as servants to different households. Family units were destroyed, and the children lost not only parents but also the sense of family cohesion and security that normally would have carried them through childhood. They grew up bearing the stigma of being children of the executed, marked by their parents' supposed crimes even though those crimes had been falsely alleged. The youngest victims were perhaps the most tragic. The 4-year-old daughter of Sarah the beggar, accused and imprisoned herself, spending months in chains in dark cells. This child's life was effectively destroyed before it could truly begin. The months in prison, the trauma of that experience at such a young age, the loss of her mother, all combined to damage her in ways she never recovered from. She lived out her life dependent on charity, unable to care for herself, a living testament to how the trials had harmed the most vulnerable. Children born in prison to imprisoned mothers faced their own difficult starts to life. Elizabeth, imprisoned while pregnant, gave birth to a child who entered the world in a jail cell. That child somehow survived, as did Elizabeth herself, and both were eventually freed. But the circumstances of that birth, the months as an infant in prison conditions, could not have been without lasting effects. Other children suffered losses beyond the deaths of parents. The disruption to normal life meant that education was interrupted, that children who might have been learning to read and write and cipher instead spent time dealing with crisis and loss. Children who should have been learning trades or household skills were instead coping with trauma. The developmental years of childhood, normally times of growth and learning, were marked instead by fear and grief. Some children showed resilience that was remarkable. They survived their losses, grew to adulthood, married, had families of their own, and lived productive lives despite terrible childhoods. This resilience testified to human strength and adaptability, but it should not minimize the harm that was done. That children could survive and even thrive after trauma did not mean the trauma was acceptable or that its effects disappeared. The children of accusers, particularly the afflicted girls, also carried complicated legacies into adulthood. What did it mean to grow up knowing that you had accused people who were then executed? How did you reconcile that knowledge with yourself? Anne's later apology suggested that at least she wrestled with these questions and arrived at some sense of responsibility and regret. Others remained silent, leaving us to wonder what they thought and felt in later years. Children who were merely witnesses rather than direct participants still carried memories. They had seen their communities torn apart. They had watched as neighbors were led away in chains. They had perhaps attended trials as public spectacles and had seen the adult world behaving in ways that must have been confusing and frightening. Even children whose families were not directly affected still lived through months of community crisis that must have left impressions. As these children grew to adulthood, they became the next generation's carriers of memory. They told their own children and grandchildren about what they had witnessed. The story of 1692 was passed down through families, each telling shaped by the teller's experiences and perspective. Children of the executed told stories emphasizing innocence and injustice. Children of those involved in the trials told stories shaped by family loyalty or family shame. The children of witnesses told stories of community crisis and recovery. Some children of 1692 grew up to become leaders themselves, ministers, magistrates, merchants, farmers, and their experiences of the trials likely influenced how they thought about justice, community, and authority. They had seen how quickly a community could turn against its members, how fear could override reason, how authorities could make terrible mistakes. These lessons, learned in childhood, may have made them more cautious, more skeptical, more protective of individual rights when they later held positions of responsibility. The education that children received from the trials was not the kind any community would choose to provide. They learned about fear and its consequences, about how quickly stability could dissolve into chaos, about how adults they trusted could make terrible decisions, about injustice and helplessness. These were harsh lessons for young minds, but they were lessons that shaped a generation and influenced how that generation in turn raised their own children. Looking at the trials through the lens of children's experiences highlights certain aspects of the tragedy. The harm done was not just to those immediately accused and executed, but rippled outward to children and families, to an entire generation that carried scars and memories forward. The children of 1692 were, in many cases, innocent victims who suffered for adult conflicts and adult failures to protect them. Their stories deserve to be remembered as part of the full account of what happened and what it cost. After the trials ended and the last prisoners were released from the jails, the communities that had been torn apart faced the long, difficult work of returning to something resembling normal life. This process was gradual, uneven, and never fully complete. Some wounds healed over time, while others remained raw for generations. The path back to ordinary life revealed both human resilience and the lasting costs of the crisis. The most immediate challenge was simple survival. It was now late 1693, and the disruptions of the previous year and a half had left farms neglected, businesses disrupted, and families scattered or depleted. Fields that should have been planted and harvested had been left untended while people sat in jail or dealt with the chaos of arrests and trials. Winter was coming, and communities faced real shortages of food, fuel, and other necessities. Families that had lost members to execution or imprisonment had to reorganize themselves. Widows took on management of farms and households that their husbands had previously run. Children took on adult responsibilities earlier than they otherwise would have. Extended families absorbed orphans and tried to provide stability for children who had lost parents. These practical adaptations required enormous effort and flexibility. Neighbors who had been divided by the trials had to find ways to live together again. In a small community, you could not avoid people whose testimony had helped convict your family member or whose family member had accused yours. You saw them at the meeting house, encountered them on the roads, did business with them at the mill or the market. Some relationships could never be repaired, but people learned to maintain a cold civility that allowed community life to continue. The meeting house, which had been the site of so many examinations and so much community division, had to become again a place where the community could gather for worship and fellowship. Ministers preached sermons encouraging forgiveness and reconciliation, urging their congregations to move forward rather than dwelling on the past. This was difficult advice to follow, but gradually, over months and years, the meeting house began to feel less like a site of trauma and more like a normal place of worship. The practical business of community life resumed. Town meetings were held to make decisions about roads, taxes, and local governance. Selectmen were chosen, constables were appointed, fields were plowed and planted, harvests were gathered, weddings took place, children were born, ordinary life reasserted itself. The daily rhythms of agricultural seasons and household routines provided structure and purpose that helped people move forward. Yet beneath this surface return to normalcy, things had changed permanently. Trust between neighbors had been damaged in ways that time alone could not fully heal. People were more cautious about what they said, more careful about what disputes they allowed to become public, more aware of how quickly accusations could destroy lives. The community had learned a harsh lesson about its own capacity for injustice, and that knowledge could not be unlearned. Some families left entirely, unable to bear remaining in a place where such terrible things had happened to them or their loved ones. They moved to other towns, to other colonies, seeking fresh starts where they would not be constantly reminded of their losses. These departures meant that the community lost members, sometimes whole families, and the departures themselves became part of the ongoing cost of the trials. Those who stayed had to make peace with living in a community that had failed them. For families of the executed, this meant accepting that their loved ones had been killed by their neighbors' actions or inaction, yet still finding ways to live among those neighbors. For those who had participated in the trials as accusers or witnesses, it might have meant living with guilt or with others' resentment. For everyone, it meant living with memory of what had happened. Economic recovery took time. Property that had been seized had to be sorted out, sometimes returned, sometimes not. Debts that had accumulated during the crisis had to be addressed. Families that had been bankrupted by jail fees or legal costs had to rebuild from nothing. Some never fully recovered economically, remaining poor for the rest of their lives as a direct result of the trials. The village that had been the center of the crisis struggled particularly hard with recovery. The divisions there had been deepest, the losses most concentrated. Relations between the minister Samuel and his congregation remained strained for years. Disputes over church governance and finances continued, sometimes related to the trials, sometimes to other issues. Eventually, the village would separate from the larger township and establish itself as an independent entity with a new name, an attempt at a fresh start. As years passed, a new generation grew up that had not directly experienced the trials. These children and young adults knew the story from their parents and grandparents but had not lived through it themselves. For them, 1692 was history rather than personal memory. This generational transition helped the community move forward, though it also meant that different families remembered the events differently, passing down competing narratives to their descendants. The community developed unspoken rules about discussing the trials. In some contexts and among some people, it was acceptable to speak of what had happened. In other settings, the topic was avoided. People learned to read social cues about when memory could be shared and when it should be kept private. These informal rules helped prevent constant reopening of old wounds while still allowing for some acknowledgement of the past. Formal acts of remembrance and restitution, when they eventually came, helped the process of moving forward. The reversal of the guilty verdicts in 1702 provided official acknowledgement that injustice had been done. The compensation paid to heirs in 1711, while inadequate, represented another formal recognition. These acts could not undo what had happened, but they helped create a framework for understanding the past that was more unified than the competing narratives of the immediate aftermath. The quiet return to normal was perhaps more remarkable than the crisis itself. That human communities can experience such trauma and yet gradually rebuild. That neighbors can find ways to live together despite terrible history between them. That life can continue and even flourish after devastating loss. These speak to resilience and determination. The communities of Massachusetts in the years after 1692 demonstrated both the costs of injustice and the capacity of people to survive and eventually move beyond even terrible events. Yet normal was never quite what it had been before. The return was to a new normal, one that incorporated memory of the trials, awareness of how quickly stability could collapse, knowledge of how ordinary people could participate in extraordinary injustice. This new normal was perhaps more realistic, less naive, more aware of human fallibility. Whether this awareness was worth the cost that purchased it is a question each person might answer differently. One reason we know as much as we do about the trials of 1692 is that they were extensively documented. Court records, personal diaries, letters, sermons, and other written materials survived the centuries, providing detailed information about what happened, who was involved, and how people thought about these events. Understanding the written record itself is part of understanding the history. The court records were the most systematic documentation. Clerks recorded testimony from trials and examinations, noting what questions were asked, what answers were given, what physical evidence was presented. These records were not complete transcripts. Not every word was captured, but they preserved the substance of the proceedings in considerable detail. Reading these documents today, we can hear the voices of the accused defending themselves, the afflicted describing their torments, the magistrates questioning witnesses. The records show the formulaic nature of many examinations. Similar questions were asked repeatedly, similar patterns of accusation and denial played out in case after case. This repetition revealed how the proceedings operated according to certain expectations and assumptions. The magistrates expected denials and treated them as lies. They expected the afflicted to demonstrate symptoms and took these demonstrations as proof. The records captured this pattern in stark detail. Personal diaries kept by some participants provided different kinds of information. Samuel the judge's diary showed his private struggles with conscience before, during, and after the trials. Other diaries by ministers, merchants, and ordinary citizens recorded their observations and reactions to events. These personal documents showed how individuals processed what was happening around them, sometimes supporting the proceedings, sometimes expressing doubts, always providing windows into historical consciousness. Letters exchanged between ministers and other educated individuals showed debates about theology, evidence, and procedure. These letters revealed that even during the crisis, not everyone agreed about whether the trials were being conducted properly. Some ministers expressed concerns that were not heeded. Others provided theological justifications for the proceedings. The correspondence showed that multiple viewpoints existed even at the time, though some were drowned out by the dominant narrative until later. Sermons preached during and after the trials provided insight into how religious leaders understood and explained events to their congregations. Some sermons strongly supported the trials, framing them as necessary defense against evil forces. Others were more cautious, urging careful procedure and appropriate mercy. After the trials, some sermons addressed themes of repentance and reconciliation, trying to help communities heal and move forward. Petitions created during the trials showed community members attempting to influence events. The petition signed by 40 neighbors supporting Rebecca was one of several such documents where citizens collectively attested to someone's good character or argued for mercy. These petitions showed that there was resistance to the proceedings even while they were ongoing, that not everyone simply accepted the accusations without question. Later documents included apologies and retractions. Anne's statement to her church was written down and preserved. The apology signed by jurors was another important document. These materials showed how some participants later reassessed their roles and tried to make amends. The careful wording of these documents revealed the difficulty of admitting error while also trying to explain how sincere people could have been so mistaken. The colonial legislature's actions were also documented. The 1702 reversal of convictions, the 1711 Compensation Act, and other official responses were recorded in governmental documents. These showed the formal processes by which the colony tried to address the aftermath of the trials, acknowledging injustice and attempting restitution even though full justice could never be achieved. Histories written shortly after the events provided contemporary perspectives. Ministers and educated laypeople wrote accounts of what had happened, trying to make sense of the trials for themselves and for posterity. These early histories varied in their interpretations, some more sympathetic to the trial's supporters, others more critical. But all agreed that what had happened was significant enough to deserve careful documentation and analysis. Family records also contributed to the written record. Some descendants of those executed kept careful documentation of their family histories, preserving the memories of their ancestors and the injustices done to them. These family documents often included details not captured in official records, personal stories, family traditions, efforts to clear ancestors' names and recover lost property. Physical artifacts supplemented written documents. Chains and other items from the jails, buildings associated with the trials, personal belongings of those involved. These material remnants provided tangible connections to the past that documents alone could not provide. Museums and historical societies preserved these artifacts, allowing later generations to encounter physical objects that had been part of the historical events. The survival of all these documents was not automatic or guaranteed. Paper was valuable in the colonial era, and documents were often reused or discarded when no longer needed. That so many trial documents survived suggests that people recognized their importance even at the time. Court clerks carefully preserved records. Individuals kept diaries and letters. Families maintained documents related to their losses. This preservation represented a collective choice to maintain memory rather than to forget. Later historians built on these primary documents, creating secondary works that analyzed and interpreted the trials. Each generation of historians brought new questions and methods to the sources, extracting new insights from documents that had been studied before. Social historians examined patterns of accusation. Legal historians analyzed procedures. Psychological historians proposed theories about the afflicted girl's symptoms. This ongoing scholarly engagement ensured that understanding of the trials continued to deepen. The written record also revealed gaps and silences. Some voices were not preserved in documents. The very poor, the enslaved, those who were illiterate, their perspectives came through only indirectly, filtered through documents created by others. The afflicted girls themselves left little record of their own thoughts beyond their trial testimony. These silences reminded us that the historical record is always incomplete, shaped by who had access to writing and whose words were considered worth preserving. Modern technology allowed new engagement with historical documents. Digitization projects made trial records and other documents available online, accessible to scholars and curious citizens worldwide. This democratization of access meant that more people could engage directly with primary sources rather than relying entirely on historians' interpretations. It also meant that descendants of those involved could access records about their ancestors more easily. The written record of the trials ultimately served multiple purposes. It preserved information about what happened for future generations. It allowed for ongoing reinterpretation as new questions were asked and new methods applied. It provided evidence for legal and moral reckonings. And it stood as testimony to the importance of documentation, of preserving accurate records of even painful events so that future generations might learn from them and perhaps avoid similar mistakes. The trials of 1692 were unique in their specific details, but the patterns they revealed were not unique to that time and place. Throughout history, communities have experienced similar episodes of mass accusation, persecution based on fear, and injustice carried out by sincere people convinced they were doing right. Understanding these parallels helps explain both what happened in 1692 and why the story continues to resonate centuries later. The witch trials in Europe that preceded the Massachusetts events showed similar patterns. For several centuries, European communities had experienced waves of witch hunting that claimed thousands of lives. The methods used, the types of evidence accepted, the social dynamics of accusation, all foreshadowed what would happen in Massachusetts. The colonists had brought with them from Europe not just their physical belongings but also their ideas about witchcraft, their legal procedures, their fears and assumptions. European trials had shown how accusations often targeted marginal members of society, the poor, the elderly, the socially isolated, those who were different or difficult. They had shown how spectral evidence and confessions obtained under torture could create the appearance of vast conspiracies. They had shown how each execution seemed to confirm the reality of the threat, encouraging more accusations in a self-reinforcing cycle. All of these patterns appeared again in Massachusetts. But there were also important differences. The Massachusetts trials lasted months rather than years or decades. The total number of deaths, while tragic, was much smaller than in some European witch hunts. And the Massachusetts trials ended more decisively, with formal reversals of convictions and acknowledgement of error, whereas some European witch hunts simply faded away without anyone admitting mistakes had been made. Parallels to the Massachusetts trials have been drawn to more modern events as well. In the 1950s, when the United States experienced intense fear of communism, Some observers compared the investigations and accusations of that era to the witch trials. Senator McCarthy and others accused numerous people of being communists or communist sympathizers, often based on questionable evidence. Accused individuals found it difficult to defend themselves, and even innocent people were damaged by mere accusation. The parallels were close enough that a famous play was written using the Salem trials as an allegory for McCarthyism. More recently, other moral panics and waves of accusation have prompted comparisons to 1692. When communities became convinced that widespread child abuse was occurring in daycare centers, some of the trials that resulted showed disturbing parallels. Unreliable testimony from young children, adults who became convinced of vast conspiracies, accusations that spread to include implausible targets, eventual recognition that terrible injustices had been done to innocent people. The patterns that appeared repeatedly across these different contexts included several common elements. Fear played a central role: fear of witches in 1692, fear of communists in the 1950s, fear of child abusers in the 1980s and 1990s. This fear created a climate where accusations were readily believed and skepticism was seen as suspicious or dangerous. Fear made people willing to accept questionable evidence and to move quickly rather than carefully. The targeting of marginal or unpopular individuals appeared consistently. Those accused were often people who were already viewed with some suspicion or dislike for other reasons. The accusations gave communities ways to act on existing tensions and resentments under the guise of addressing genuine threats. This pattern suggested that some accusations were driven at least partly by social conflicts unrelated to the stated charges. The role of social pressure and the danger of questioning the dominant narrative also appeared repeatedly. In each case, expressing doubt about the accusations or defending the accused could bring suspicion on oneself. This dynamic created self-censorship and allowed questionable proceedings to continue longer than they might have if open debate had been safer. The eventual recognition that terrible mistakes had been made also followed patterns. Recognition typically came gradually rather than suddenly, as accumulating evidence and expanding accusations eventually strained credulity. Official acknowledgement often came only after the worst damage had been done, and complete justice or restitution was rarely achieved even then. Understanding these patterns helped explain not only what happened in specific historical cases, but also provided warnings about ongoing vulnerabilities. Human communities remained capable of being swept up in fear, of accepting inadequate evidence when frightened, of persecuting the innocent while believing sincerely in doing right. The specific targets and the specific forms might change across time and cultures, but the underlying dynamics appeared remarkably consistent. The parallels also revealed that education and intelligence were not sufficient protections. The leaders of Massachusetts in 1692 were educated men familiar with law and theology. Senator McCarthy and those who supported him in the 1950s included intelligent, educated people. The prosecutors and social workers involved in the daycare cases were trained professionals. Yet all participated in injustices because their education and intelligence did not protect them from fear, from social pressure, from the human tendency to see patterns where none existed and to believe in threats that proved to be imaginary. What did seem to help prevent or limit such injustices were strong procedural protections for accused individuals, requirements for solid evidence rather than testimony alone, separation of powers so that no single entity could dominate legal proceedings, and cultural values emphasizing skepticism, due process, and individual rights. Communities and societies that maintained these protections when fear was high fared better than those that suspended them in the name of emergency. The comparison between different historical episodes also showed that outcomes could vary. Some witch hunts lasted for generations and claimed thousands of lives. Others, like the Massachusetts trials, lasted months and involved dozens. The factors that determined whether such episodes were brief or prolonged, limited or extensive, were complex but included the presence or absence of courageous individuals willing to speak out, the strength or weakness of procedural protections, and the degree to which leadership encouraged or restrained popular fears. Students of history learned from these patterns to be watchful for certain warning signs: accusations based on invisible or unprovable evidence, expansion of accusations to include ever more people, social pressure against questioning or skepticism, suspension of normal legal protections in the name of emergency, targeting of unpopular or marginal individuals. When these signs appeared, history suggested caution and care were especially necessary. The parallels and patterns revealed that the trials of 1692 were not simply a bizarre aberration, a strange event that could never happen again. They were instead an example of recurring human tendencies and social dynamics that appeared across cultures and eras. This recognition made the story more rather than less relevant. If such things could happen repeatedly despite differences in time and culture, then vigilance was always necessary, procedural protections always important, and the lessons of history always worth remembering. The trials of 1692 raised profound questions about the nature of justice, what it means, how it should be pursued, what happens when it fails, and whether justice delayed can ever truly be justice achieved. These questions remained relevant long after the specific events had passed into history, continuing to challenge each generation that studied the trials and tried to learn from them. Justice requires first that guilty people be identified and punished, but it also requires, equally importantly, that innocent people be protected and not punished. When these two requirements conflict, when pursuing one seems to endanger the other, how should justice proceed? The trials of 1692 showed what happened when the balance tilted too far toward pursuing the guilty, when the desire to punish overcame caution about potentially harming the innocent. The magistrates and judges of 1692 believed they were serving justice. They thought they were protecting their communities from real threats, identifying and removing dangerous individuals. Their sense of righteousness drove them forward even when doubts were expressed. They believed that mercy to the guilty would mean injustice to their victims. This logic seemed compelling at the time but proved tragically flawed because it was based on unreliable evidence and false premises. True justice required not just good intentions but also good procedures. The courts in 1692 had accepted spectral evidence, testimony about invisible things that could not be verified. They had used methods like the touch test that had no reliable basis. They had assumed guilt and required the accused to prove innocence rather than requiring the prosecution to prove guilt. These procedural failures meant that even sincere judges seeking truth could arrive at false conclusions. The importance of procedural justice, following proper procedures even when doing so might let guilty people escape, was one of the hard lessons of 1692. The saying that it is better for 10 guilty people to escape than for one innocent person to die reflected a valuation of different types of error. Letting a guilty person go free was bad, but executing an innocent person was worse. Proper procedures, including the presumption of innocence and high standards for evidence, reflected this prioritization. Justice also required appropriate penalties. Even if someone were truly guilty of allying with evil forces, would execution be the appropriate response? The severity of punishment said something about the values of a justice system. The use of death for witchcraft reflected beliefs about the seriousness of the crime, but it also reflected a system that used execution more readily than later societies would find acceptable. The question of justice for the victims of the trials was complicated. Those who had been executed could not be brought back to life. Those who had spent months or years in terrible prison conditions could not have that time restored. Justice for them could only be partial and symbolic: reversal of guilty verdicts, acknowledgement of innocence, financial compensation to heirs, memorialization of their names and stories. These were important, but they could not undo the harm that had been done. Justice also meant accountability for those who had caused harm. But here matters became complex. The judges, magistrates, ministers, and accusers had acted according to the laws and beliefs of their time. They had followed procedures that were accepted, even if later judged inadequate. How could they be held accountable for operating within the legal and social framework that existed? Most were never formally punished, though some suffered the informal punishments of guilt, shame, and damaged reputations. The apologies offered by Samuel the judge and others represented a form of justice: acknowledgement of error, acceptance of responsibility, asking for forgiveness. These acts could not undo what had been done, but they helped establish the historical record, made clear that mistakes had been made, and perhaps provided some measure of peace to families of victims. They showed that justice could include not just punishment but also acknowledgement and repentance. The compensation paid to heirs of victims represented another form of justice. The colonial legislature's decision to provide financial restitution acknowledged that wrong had been done and that some attempt at making it right was owed. The amounts were calculated to replace lost property and lost time, though of course no amount of money could truly compensate for lost lives. Still, the act of providing compensation had symbolic importance beyond its practical value. The formal reversal of guilty verdicts was perhaps the most important act of justice after the trials. It established for the official record that those convicted had been innocent, that the trials had been wrong, that future generations should understand what had truly happened. This mattered for the descendants of victims, for the historical record, and for the principles of justice itself. It showed that legal systems could acknowledge and correct their own errors, even if such corrections came too late to help those most harmed. Justice also involved learning from mistakes to prevent their recurrence. The trials became a case study in how justice could fail and what protections were needed. Later legal systems incorporated lessons from 1692, stronger requirements for evidence, better protections for accused individuals, greater skepticism about certain types of testimony, clearer standards for what constituted proof. This practical application of lessons learned represented a form of justice to future potential victims of similar injustices. The incomplete nature of justice in the aftermath of the trials raised questions about whether true justice was ever fully achievable in such situations. Once terrible wrongs had been committed, could anything really make them right? Or could there only be partial justice, symbolic acknowledgments, and lessons learned for the future? These questions had no easy answers but prompted ongoing reflection about the nature and limits of justice. The story of the trials also raised questions about collective versus individual responsibility. The injustices of 1692 were carried out by many people acting within systems and following accepted practices. Could a whole community be held responsible, or only specific individuals who had particular roles? This question of collective responsibility appeared in other historical contexts as well, after wars, after genocides, after other mass injustices, and remained difficult and contested. Justice ultimately required truth. Without accurate understanding of what had happened and why, justice could not be achieved. This was why the preservation of records, the ongoing historical study, the memorialization of victims all mattered. They served the cause of justice by ensuring that truth was known and remembered, that falsehood did not become the accepted narrative, that those who had died unjustly were not forgotten or misremembered as guilty. The pursuit of justice after the trials of 1692 showed that justice was not a single act but an ongoing process. It included acknowledgement of error, reversal of false verdicts, compensation for victims, accountability where possible, memorialization and education, and application of lessons learned to prevent future injustices. None of these fully satisfied the demands of perfect justice, but together they represented the best efforts of later generations to address wrongs committed by their ancestors. More than 3 centuries after the trials of 1692, the work of remembering and learning from those events continues. Each generation finds new reasons to study the story, new lessons to draw from it, new ways to honor those who suffered and died. This ongoing engagement with history shows that the trials remain relevant, that they continue to speak to concerns and questions that persist across time. Memorial sites have been established to honor the victims and educate visitors. The Memorial Park created in 1992 lists the names of those executed, carved in stone so they will not be forgotten. Benches invite visitors to sit and reflect. The setting is quiet and dignified, designed to encourage contemplation rather than sensationalism. Visitors come to honor ancestors, to learn history, to think about justice and injustice, each bringing their own reasons for engagement with this place of memory. Museums in the area preserve artifacts and documents related to the trials, creating exhibitions that educate visitors about what happened, who was involved, and what the events mean. Good museums avoid sensationalizing the trials or treating them as entertainment. Instead, they present the history seriously, acknowledging the tragedy, honoring the victims, and helping visitors understand the context and implications of what occurred. Educational programs use the trials as a case study in various subjects. History classes study the events as important American history. Law classes examine the trials as an example of how justice can fail when proper procedures are not followed. Literature classes read works inspired by the trials, exploring how artists and writers have interpreted these events. Psychology classes consider theories about what might have caused the afflicted girl's symptoms and what drove the community's response. The trials appear regularly in popular culture as well, in novels, plays, films, television shows. Some of these treatments are more historically accurate than others, but all demonstrate the continuing fascination with the story. The best cultural works use the historical events to explore timeless themes: fear, justice, courage, betrayal, innocence, guilt, community, and individual conscience. They make the story accessible to new audiences and new generations. Scholarly work on the trials continues as well. Historians regularly publish new studies bringing fresh perspectives or new methods to familiar events. Archaeological work at sites associated with the trials sometimes uncovers new evidence. Genealogical research traces the descendants of those involved, showing how the events of 1692 continue to shape family histories generations later. This ongoing scholarship ensures that understanding of the trials continues to deepen and develop. Descendant groups preserve family memories and work to honor their ancestors. The descendants of those executed have particular interest in ensuring their ancestors are remembered accurately as innocent victims. They participate in memorial events, contribute to historical preservation, and share family stories. Their engagement keeps the human dimension of the history visible, reminding everyone that these were real people with real families, not just historical abstractions. The community where the trials occurred has had to navigate a complex relationship with its history. Tourism brings economic benefits, but there are questions about appropriate ways to acknowledge such a dark chapter. How does a living community honor its past while also moving forward? How does it balance respect for victims with the reality that it needs to function as a modern town? These questions have no perfect answers, but the ongoing engagement shows a community trying to face its history honestly. Commemoration of the trials includes not just remembering what happened, but also reflecting on why it matters. The lessons drawn from 1692 include the importance of protecting individual rights, the necessity of solid evidence in legal proceedings, the dangers of fear and mass hysteria, the courage required to stand against unjust proceedings, and the human capacity for both terrible injustice and eventual recognition of error. These lessons remain relevant in any time and place. The story also teaches about the fragility of justice and civil society. The communities of Massachusetts in 1692 were not primitive or barbaric. They were functioning societies with laws, institutions, and educated leaders, yet they descended into injustice with frightening speed. This showed that civilization's protections against injustice are thinner than we might like to believe, that constant vigilance and strong procedural protections are always necessary. Another lesson involves the importance of skepticism and critical thinking. The acceptance of spectral evidence, the belief in vast conspiracies based on limited information, the willingness to convict on inadequate proof, all showed the dangers of accepting claims without sufficient questioning. Critical thinking, the willingness to ask for evidence and to question even claims that seem initially plausible, might have prevented or limited the injustices of 1692. The trials also teach about the dangers of certainty. Many of those involved in the proceedings were absolutely certain they were right, certain the afflicted girls were telling truth, certain the accused were guilty, certain they were protecting their communities. This certainty made them unable to hear doubts or consider that they might be wrong. A degree of epistemic humility, a recognition that we might be mistaken even when we feel certain, might have led to more careful proceedings. The role of courage in resisting injustice is another important lesson. The individuals who questioned the proceedings, who maintained their innocence despite pressure to confess, who later admitted error and asked forgiveness, all showed forms of courage that made a difference. Their examples demonstrated that individual choices mattered, that resisting unjust proceedings was possible, that not everyone had to be swept along by fear and mass emotion. The story also shows the possibility of later acknowledgement and partial justice. While the harm could not be undone, the reversals of convictions, the apologies, the compensation, and the ongoing memorialization all showed that societies could eventually recognize and acknowledge their errors. This was not perfect justice, but it was better than allowing falsehood to become accepted history. It showed that it is never too late to tell the truth about the past. The transmission of memory across generations is itself a kind of lesson. The way families have kept alive stories of what happened to their ancestors, the way communities have worked to preserve sites and documents, the way educators have taught this history to students, all show the importance of remembering. Without active work to preserve and transmit memory, even important history can be forgotten. The ongoing remembrance of 1692 demonstrates commitment to learning from the past. As we move further in time from the events of 1692, the specific details become historical while the broader lessons remain contemporary. New threats, new fears, new accusations arise in every generation. The specific form differs. The fears of 1692 seem foreign to us now, but the underlying dynamics of how fear can drive injustice, how communities can turn against their members, how good people can participate in terrible wrongs all remain relevant. The work of remembering and learning from 1692 continues because the lessons remain needed. And now, as our journey through 1692 comes toward its close, feel the gentle transition from history into rest. The weight of those old stories begins to lift, carried away like morning mist in sunlight. You have walked with people from centuries past, understood their struggles, witnessed their courage and their failures, learned from their experiences. Now it is time to release those thoughts and drift toward peaceful sleep. Imagine the village as it might have been on a quiet evening years after the trials ended. The sun sets slowly over the Massachusetts hills, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. The fields have been harvested, and the earth rests under the coming darkness. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and evening meals, the familiar comforts of home and hearth. The day's work is finished. Farmers walk home from their fields, carrying tools over their shoulders, their shadows stretching long across the ground. Women call children inside as twilight deepens. Animals settle into barns for the night, content after a day of grazing. The world slows and quiets as darkness gently falls. In the meeting house, now empty and silent, evening light slants through the windows, illuminating dust motes that float and drift. The building that witnessed so much drama and pain has become again simply a quiet place, waiting for the next morning's worship, for the ordinary community gatherings that mark the passage of peaceful days. The ghosts of history rest easy now, their stories told, their memories honored. Along the roads connecting scattered farms, the last travelers hurry home before full darkness. They pass neighbors with friendly words, greetings exchanged in passing. Good evening to you, safe home. Simple courtesies that mark a community at peace with itself. The tensions of the past have not disappeared entirely, but they have been absorbed into the ongoing life of the community, no longer the overwhelming force they once were. The forest that surrounds the village seems less threatening now than it did in winter's darkness. The trees stand quiet, their leaves rustling softly in the evening breeze. Birds settle into nests for the night. Small animals move through the underbrush, busy with their own lives, paying no attention to human concerns. The natural world continues its rhythms regardless of human drama, offering a kind of peace in its indifference. As stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, one by one, then dozens, then hundreds, the vastness of the universe makes human concerns seem small. The same stars that looked down on the events of 1692 look down on us now, unchanging across centuries. Under those stars, generations have lived and died, struggled and rested, feared and hoped. The stars remind us of continuity, of the long sweep of time in which individual lives and even significant events are but moments. Feel yourself settling like the evening settles over that historical village. Your breathing slows and deepens. Your muscles release their tension, becoming heavy and relaxed. Your mind begins to quiet, thoughts drifting away like smoke dispersing in a gentle breeze. You are safe, you are comfortable, you are ready for rest. The lessons of history have been learned for tonight. The stories have been told. The memories have been honored. Now there is only the present moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this gradual release into sleep. The past releases its hold, and the future has not yet arrived. There is only now, only this peaceful transition into rest. Let the image of that quiet village fade from your mind, becoming less distinct, less detailed, until it is only a gentle presence, a backdrop for dreams. You have learned what needed learning. You have honored what needed honoring. Now there is only rest, only peace, only the gentle descent into sleep that your body and mind need and deserve. Night has fully arrived now, wrapping the world in soft darkness. The village sleeps under a blanket of stars, each house a small island of warmth in the encompassing dark. Inside those houses, families rest together, the day's work finished, tomorrow's tasks not yet begun. In this moment between yesterday and tomorrow, there is only peace. The fire on your own hearth has burned down to glowing coals, providing just enough light to see by, just enough warmth to stay comfortable. The embers pulse gently, like the beating of a slow, steady heart. Orange and red and gold, they glow and fade, in a rhythm that is deeply calming, infinitely soothing. Watch them pulse. Let your breathing match their rhythm, slow and steady, slow and steady. Outside, the night air is cool and clean. A gentle breeze moves through the trees, causing leaves to whisper softly to each other, sharing secrets in a language older than words. The sound is like water flowing over smooth stones, constant and peaceful, a backdrop to rest. Let that sound fill your awareness, crowding out any lingering thoughts, any remaining concerns. The moon rises, casting silver light across the sleeping landscape. Fields and forests, houses and roads, all are painted in shades of silver and shadow. The familiar world looks different in moonlight, softer, gentler, more dreamlike. Edges blur, details fade. Everything merges into a peaceful unity of light and shadow, presence and absence, being and not being. In the far distance, so faint you almost cannot hear it, an owl calls. The sound is lonely but not lonesome, a voice in the darkness that confirms you are not alone, that the natural world continues its ancient patterns. The owl calls again, farther away now, and then falls silent. The silence that follows is rich and full, not empty but complete. Your body has grown heavy, sinking deeper into whatever surface supports you. Your arms and legs feel weighted, as if they belong to someone else, as if they have always been at rest and will always remain so. Your head rests comfortably, perfectly positioned, requiring no adjustment. Your breathing continues without effort, deep and slow, automatic and perfect. Thoughts, if they arise at all, drift across your consciousness like clouds across the night sky. They come, they pass, they leave no trace. You do not hold on to them or push them away. They simply move through, insubstantial as mist, temporary as shadows. And between thoughts, there is space, quiet, empty, restful space where nothing needs to happen, where nothing needs to be done or thought or felt. The night deepens around you and within you. The darkness is not frightening but comforting, like a soft blanket, like a gentle hand. It asks nothing of you. It holds you safely. It invites you deeper into rest, deeper into peace, deeper into the healing darkness of sleep. You accept the invitation, releasing your hold on wakefulness, letting yourself drift. Time loses meaning in this darkness. Minutes might be hours, hours might be minutes. It does not matter. There are no obligations in this moment, no schedules to keep, no expectations to meet. There is only this, the gentle darkness, the quiet night, the deep rest that enfolds you completely. Let everything go now. Let history fade. Let tomorrow wait. Let even these words dissolve into silence. There is only darkness, only quiet, only peace, only rest, only sleep, deep, healing, perfect sleep, wrapping around you like the night itself, holding you gently until morning comes again, in its own time, in its own way. You are floating now, weightless, suspended in gentle darkness. There is no up or down, no forward or back, only the sensation of drifting, of being held perfectly and safely in soft space. Your body has disappeared, or rather, you have stopped noticing it. There is no tension anywhere because there is no longer any sense of edges or boundaries, just this floating, this drifting, this perfect suspension in peaceful dark. The darkness is not absence but presence. It is not empty but full, full of rest, full of peace, full of the gentle nothingness that allows everything to be. In this darkness, you need nothing, lack nothing, want nothing. Everything is exactly as it should be. Everything is complete. If images arise, they are soft and vague, like shapes seen through deep water. They have no sharp edges, no bright colors, only gentle suggestions of form that appear and dissolve, appear and dissolve. A field of grain moving in wind, path through forest, a door standing open, a candle flame, water flowing. Each image lasts only a moment before dissolving back into the darkness from which it came. Your breathing has become so slow and shallow that you barely notice it. Each breath arrives in its own time, unhurried, requiring no thought or effort. The space between breaths grows longer, deeper, filled with stillness. In that space, there is nothing at all. Only peace, only rest, only the deep silence that underlies all sound, the deep stillness that underlies all movement. You are sinking now, or perhaps rising. In this space, they are the same, moving deeper into rest, into peace, into the healing darkness of profound sleep. Each moment takes you further from the waking world, further from thought and memory and concern. Each moment brings you deeper into the realm of dreams, or perhaps into the space even deeper than dreams, where consciousness itself rests and renews. The last threads connecting you to the waking world grow thin, gossamer, barely present. A sound from far away, a faint awareness of your body, a shadow of a thought. These threads stretch and thin and finally break, releasing you completely into sleep. You are free now, free from everything, free to rest absolutely, free to simply be without doing or thinking or knowing anything at all. And in this freedom, in this release, there is nothing but peace. The peace of deep water, of midnight forest, of the space between stars. The peace that existed before there were words for it, before there were minds to conceive it. The peace that simply is, always has been, always will be. You rest in that peace now, held safely, perfectly, completely. Time passes, but you do not notice. Dreams may come or may not come. It does not matter. Whether you dream or rest in dreamless sleep, you are healing, renewing, resting deeply. Your mind processes the day, organizing memories, releasing what is not needed, preparing for tomorrow. But you are not aware of this work. You are simply resting, floating, drifting in perfect peace. The night will last as long as you need it to. Morning will come eventually, bringing light and wakefulness and the return of your daily self. But that is far away still, impossibly distant. For now, there is only this: the darkness, the quiet, the deep and perfect rest. Let yourself sink into it completely. There is nothing to resist, nothing to hold on to, nothing to do but sleep. Sleep now, deep, deep sleep, peaceful and complete. The world will wait for you. History will still be there when you wake. But for now, there is only rest, only peace, only sleep, perfect, healing, complete. In this space beyond thought, even the sense of self begins to fade. There is no longer a you listening to a voice, only awareness itself, vast and undifferentiated, like the darkness of a moonless night. In this awareness, everything rests, everything is still, everything is held in perfect peace. The boundary between sleeping and waking has dissolved. You are neither fully one nor fully the other, but exist in that liminal space between states, that threshold where consciousness transitions, where the mind releases its grip on the day and surrenders to the night. In this threshold space, there is no effort, no striving, only the gentle process of letting go, of releasing, of allowing sleep to take you completely. Even these words are fading now, becoming less distinct, less important. The meaning drains from them, leaving only the rhythm, the gentle cadence like waves lapping at a shore, regular and soothing. And soon even the rhythm fades, becoming part of the larger silence, the deeper quiet that holds all sound within it. Somewhere far away, the world continues. Stars will across the sky. The earth turns on its axis. Seasons change. Time flows, but none of this touches you here, in this deep place of rest. You are outside of time, beyond time, in the eternal now of deep sleep where nothing changes because there is nothing to change, only the perfect stillness of complete rest. If there are dreams, they are gentle ones like memories of memories, shadows of shadows. They make no demands, tell no stories, require no understanding. They simply are, and then they are not, and it makes no difference either way. You float through them or they float through you, like fish passing through deep water, barely causing a ripple, leaving no trace. The night holds you, the darkness enfolds you, the peace surrounds you. There is nothing to fear, nothing to worry about, nothing to think or do or be except this. Resting, sleeping, renewing. Your body does its work without your knowledge or supervision, healing and restoring itself while you float in perfect unconsciousness. And in this floating, in this deep unconsciousness, there is a kind of wisdom. The wisdom of the body that knows how to heal itself. The wisdom of the mind that knows how to release and restore. The wisdom of nature that knows the value of rest, the necessity of darkness, the importance of the pause between one day and the next. You embody this wisdom now. You are this wisdom. There is no separation between you and the rest that holds you, between consciousness and unconsciousness, between being and not being. All distinctions have dissolved. All boundaries have faded. There is only this, the vast, peaceful darkness, and the consciousness that rests within it, barely distinguishable from it, almost merged with it completely. Let even this fade now. Let even awareness of awareness fade. Let there be nothing at all but sleep. Deep, profound, complete sleep. The kind of sleep that restores everything, heals everything, renews everything. The kind of sleep that is itself a gift, a blessing, a return to the source of all rest. Sleep, just sleep, nothing more, nothing less, perfect and complete. In the deepest rest, there are no words, there is no story, there is only silence, vast and complete. But a voice remains, barely a whisper, hardly present at all, just to guide you down one last level, into the deepest rest of all. Imagine a well, ancient and deep, its water still and cool. You are descending into that well, down and down, past layers of stone, past the roots of old trees, past the reach of light, into the deep earth where nothing changes, where everything is still, where the temperature is constant and perfect and the darkness is absolute. With each breath, you sink deeper. The well has no bottom, or perhaps you have become so weightless that you float suspended, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere, simply being held in perfect equilibrium in the cool, dark water of the deepest rest. The water is not wet. It is not cold. It is simply there, holding you, supporting you without effort, without sensation, without any quality at all except its perfect holding. You breathe the water as easily as air, or perhaps you have stopped breathing altogether and simply exist, suspended, held, at rest. Time has stopped, or perhaps there never was time, only the illusion of it, and here in the deep you have finally released that illusion. There is only now, eternal and unchanging, and in this eternal now you rest, perfect rest, complete rest, rest beyond imagining. Your awareness grows dim like a candle flame shrinking, until it is only a tiny point of light, and then even that is gone and there is only darkness. Pure darkness, holy darkness, the darkness that existed before the first light, that will exist after the last light fades, the darkness that is the source and the end, the Alpha and Omega of rest. In this darkness, you are nothing and everything. You are the well and the water, the stone and the earth, the silence and the peace. You are rest itself, beyond body, beyond mind, beyond any sense of separate existence. You have dissolved completely into sleep, and sleep has dissolved completely into you, until there is no difference, no distinction, only the one reality of deep, deep rest. And here you will remain, for as long as you need, suspended in timeless peace, held by the darkness, embraced by silence, resting in the deepest rest that exists. The night will watch over you. The darkness will protect you. And when it is time, when you have rested enough, morning will come gently, bringing you slowly back to wakefulness. But that is far away still, an eternity away. For now, there is only this, only rest, only peace, only the deep, deep sleep where all healing happens, where all restoration occurs, where body and mind and spirit are renewed. Rest now, sleep now, stay in this deep place as long as you need. Nothing will disturb you. Nothing will wake you until you are ready. You are safe, you are held, you are at peace. Deep sleep, complete rest, perfect peace, forever. Thank you for joining me tonight on this journey through the trials of 1692. We have walked together through a difficult chapter of American history, learned about courage and fear, witnessed injustice and eventual acknowledgement, and reflected on lessons that remain relevant across the centuries. This period of history, while dark, reminds us of our shared humanity. The people of 1692 were not monsters or fools, but ordinary human beings doing their best with the understanding they possessed. They made terrible mistakes, but later generations acknowledged those mistakes and tried to learn from them. Their story, painful as it is, teaches us about the importance of justice, the necessity of protecting individual rights, and the dangers that arise when fear overwhelms reason. As you rest now, I hope these stories have served their purpose, to inform, to comfort, to guide you gently into peaceful sleep. History, even difficult history, connects us across time, reminding us that we are part of a long human story of struggle and growth, failure and learning, tragedy and resilience. If you enjoyed this journey through time, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Whispers of Time. Your support helps these calm journeys through history reach others who seek both rest and learning, who want to drift into sleep while connecting with the human stories that shaped our world. And if you are still awake and listening, I would love to hear from you in the comments. What historical story would you like to explore next? Perhaps another chapter of American history, a distant civilization, a moment of great discovery or quiet triumph. Your suggestions guide these whispers through time, helping me choose the stories that will resonate most deeply with those who listen. The work of remembering is never finished. Each generation must learn anew the lessons of the past, must hear again the stories of those who came before, must decide for themselves what meaning to draw from history. I hope tonight's story will stay with you, not as something heavy or troubling, but as knowledge gained, understanding deepened, and perhaps inspiration found in the courage of those who stood for truth even at great cost. May your sleep be deep and peaceful. May your dreams, if they come, be gentle. May you wake refreshed and renewed, carrying with you whatever lessons from the past feel relevant to your present. And may you return here whenever you need a calm voice, a restful story, and a gentle guide into the healing darkness of sleep. Until then, until we meet again for another journey through the whispers of time, may your rest be peaceful and your dreams be gentle. May you find the peace that comes from learning, the comfort that comes from understanding, and the rest that every soul needs and deserves. Sleep well, traveler. The past is honored, the present is peaceful, and the future awaits your rested mind and renewed spirit. May the whispers of time guide you to deep and restful sleep, tonight and always. Until next time, rest well.